It's like The Matrix. You either watch all 3 of them in the same sitting or you don't watch any of them. Or you only watch the first one, rather. Although, I think the third Back to the Future movie kind of stands on its own really well. It's not as good as the first one, but... Chat, we're digging too deeply and greedily. Who's excited? I've heard very good things about Underrail, but I'm not very good at JRPGs, or not JRPGs, CRPGs due to lack of experience. And the last thing I want is a game that's very punishing, where I might have to replay sections in that format. As much as I like the look of it, I don't see myself enjoying that game. So, how old is this fortress? Oh boy, we're getting close to 30 years. When we hit the year 11, it'll be 30 years. This fortress started in the year 1070. But we've made it to Mountain Home. And we are slowly chipping away at Adamantine. That's where the fort's at. We are hauling gems and diamonds out. We're into early summer. We've finally got some new migrant waves, so even though I've had to get rid of 2 whole squads, we've had some new dwarves arrive. My Mark's Dwarf squads are entirely filled up, I guess. I was going to say decked out. They're not yet decked out, but if we look at like these 2 dwarves, and we look at their gear, we do have adamantine shields and adamantine helms, working on adamantine crossbows, and probably adamantine mail shirts and leggings, ideally. And then adamantine bolts. If I go over here and type in ADA, you can see that we've got quite a bit of thread lying around, as well as we're out of wafers currently, but probably making wafers. Yeah, we are currently making wafers. Also Mountain Home. Yeah. The clowns have the low ground. Well, we're going to have the high ground. I have the high ground! But for dwarves alive in the fort, there is Han Solo. The reason Han Solo is here is because Han Solo got hit so hard with a brick that he got stuck inside of a wall. She got stuck inside of a wall. So we named her Han Solo. She lives there. Over here we have Shrek and Bobby Kotick and Pixis 0X16A, the goat, nanny goat. Shrek is a hunter gremlin. Bobby Kotick is an elephant who started off a baby elephant here, by the way. We also have Nix the skunk and a bunch of other animals. Over here in the citizens, we've got Hippo. We've got John Dwarf Fortress, everybody's favorite John. We've got Smildy. We've got Dulkin, Badger Demon, Cricket, Denbis, One Sock, Two Sock, Moreb. If you don't hear your name and you think you're still alive, just ask and I can look it up. I may have missed them. Killed with Style, we have Shogun, which I think I already read. Rydern, Nano, and Owl Terror, who's been alive for a very long time. We've got Wolf. We've got Crossbow Iron, who hates his life and is pissed off and depressed all the time. We've got Rove Beetle. We've got Love Monkey. And we've got Sanic RS. We've also got Wood Eye and Merlin Buff and Bastet, as well as Triple A, the other vampire, Dig Dugo, Agata, the queen, and Drew. And something I would like to show off, which was made last stream, is I got the most valuable artifact I've made, or a dwarf has made in this version, which is... Is it this one? No. Oh, no, I put it at the top of the tower. It's up here. It's this. This is an adamantine spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned native gold cabochons and decorated with forgotten beast bone and bloodthorn. It and is encircled with bands of forgotten single-cut sapphires. This object is adorned with hanging rings of dacite and menaces with spikes of adamantine and red diamond. A random happy dwarf. Okay. Bioactive. Actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. She is stubborn and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. And she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. She has an active sense of humor and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and doesn't often feel envious of others. She occasionally overindulges and it often feels lustful. And when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Welcome to the fort. She dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally finds the sacrifice to be the height of folly, and values nature and sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. Values good craftsmanship and does not care about friendship. Doesn't feel strongly about the law. She likes graphite and fine pewter and green zircon and yellow and willow wood, as well as the color blue-gray, bucklers and weapon racks and yaks for their shaggy hair, the words of the velvety incenses, and the sight of the diamond mines of impossible to first consume, rainbow trout and carambola wine, and absolutely hates cave spiders. I'm just also going to check this real quick. No beasts, okay. She has one close friend who's Zephon, who's a glazer. And she learned about weaponsmithing. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go eat a Twizzler.
Sandwich!
I'm back. Kobolds. More like nobolds. Okay, so. Today we have two major projects. We have to dig through this. Because we've sealed off the top. And we need to build this. I'm thinking we work on this first. I think that's the first priority, is we work on this first. Because, you know, it's gonna take a while. I'm also going to dig all of this out. Dig up to here. Dig all of this. Dig all of this. Dig all of this. And all the way over to there. And let's watch this dwarf go for a run. That a spear you make in the adventurer for to go around and make a myth for? I think this is the last world the last fort I'm gonna play in this world, and I don't see myself doing much adventuring in this world after this one. That spear's real cool, but also like, I don't know. What do you mean, tiny blind? Also, hello, Jan Mort. How are you today? So, chat, it's Thursday. How's everybody's week been? Yeah, I really want to generate a new world. And I mean, we also have like a rusted metal battle axe and a rusted metal spear, which is over here. This thing. We also have, I want to say it's a crushing metal pickaxe. Like, we have a lot of like neat endgame artifacty items. Planify your cities. It's hard work to keep it all clean. I mean, having smart locations for refuse piles is a good place to start. Bugs like that have existed as long as I've played Dwarf Fortress. Greg and then some. I don't think that's something that you can just replicate, in air quotes, because most likely it is a bug that has existed in the game for a very long time that if it was replicatable, there'd probably be instructions on how to do it. It's usually just to get that to happen, you have to just take that save and embark in that location. I've seen bugs like that before, which is why I'm presuming this. This is an assumption. I doubt that that's new. Because I've seen similar things posted about on the forums and talked about over the years that are just weird anomalies in World Gen that just happen sometimes. And they're very rare, and it's just a good luck. Nah, it's very unlikely that... I said this at the time. It's very unlikely that that's a new bug. It's probably just a very uncommon anomaly that just happens sometimes. Sort of like how every now and again, like, Minecraft's World Gen will just break and you'll get, like, a really weird outcome. Similar kind of deal. So I'm building this as a construction entryway for this to speed up construction. Because otherwise, this is just going to take 1 trillion years to finish, and I don't really want to take 1 trillion years to finish this. And if I connect straight to this will speed this up quite a lot. So yeah, I very much doubt. It's too hot this week. Yeah, I kind of feel you there. I mean, it's been the hottest week that I've had since I moved here, but realistically, it hasn't been that hot. Like, it's been hot, but it hasn't been, like, that bad. It's only been bad because of construction outside. If there wasn't construction outside, it'd be okay. I have no idea how to actually fulfill that dream. I think you'd have to look at the wiki. A lot of them are pretty, like, ambiguous. Like, they're more of a vague, desired goal and less of a, like, an actual completable thing, if that makes any sense. Yeah, if the wiki doesn't have anything, then it's pretty likely that it's just one of the weird ambiguous ones. It's like, I've seen that too, and I'll be honest with you, I've never looked into it and don't know. Asking Putnam to go look at the code itself might be a good place to start. But yeah, no, there's a few things, like uphold tradition is another one that always baffles me, but that's a need. Like, everybody has issues with, like, they collecting clothing one. But to me, it's uphold tradition that's, like, strange as all hell and makes no sense to me. It's been 50 C in the sun today. Fuck that. Fuck all of that. Yeah, it's, like I said, it's been hotter than usual here, but, like, not unlivable whatsoever. Like, we hit 30 yesterday, which, like, whatever. Like, it's kind of warm, but, like, not hot enough that it's, like, actually a problem. Or any kind of meaningful problem. I thought the game crashed, but that was because I bumped the calculator button on my computer, which turned on my calculator app. And then I just saw this thing popping up. I was like, oh god, did the game just crash? It's like, no. No, that was just the calculator. Or something, or some other game tied to it when you were playing that roguelike, and you got to say that it got you hooked, and you missed yesterday's stream because you were playing it. Oh, you were playing. Wait, were you playing DRL or were you playing Lost in Prayer? So like Chaos Forge's Doom the roguelike, like the turn-based one. Because I know there's a bunch of like Doom mods that make it play more like a run-based game, but yeah, Doom the Roguelike by Chaos Forge and Derek Yu is definitely a classic, putting it bluntly. It's a classic I love. Every now and again, people will just be like, man, Derek Yu used to be a legend in indie dev. And it's like, it still is, man. Still is. But yeah, no, the game that I mentioned that's like the remake of Doom the Roguelike is this. I did make a video about it, but it's this. It's Doom the Roguelike, but like with legally distinct what? Legally distinct theme. We've got a Snatcher, who I don't really see making it into the map, but we'll send out alert the dwarves just in case. Got this dwarf who's doing their best to make chase. Not the most effectively, but... And the humans have arrived to trade. I ran out of a lot of iron bolts. Huh. Thought that I had way more than that. No, we're doing okay from the looks of things. Oh, I see. This squad just has most of them assigned. Huh. I mean, I take a different amphetamine, Adam Zucchi, but that's not what I wrote. I take Vyvanse, so congrats on your Adderall, I suppose. But no, it's definitely adamantine, not Adderall. I mean, I guess what's the difference, really? But yeah, Jupiter Hell Classic is my most anticipated game of the year, I would say. Mostly because of how good of an early access experience the last game that developer made was. And the fact that I know how much content this one's gonna have on launch. So yeah, I'm very excited about that game. The force pushes in adventure mode is amazing. I once had 5 different items that gave me abilities, and 3 of them were force push. So I could, like, basically permanently stun lock anything to a wall while throwing lightning bolt, well, not lightning, ice bolts at them. Which was pretty cool. It was just like, I'm gonna stun lock you on a wall and then just blast you repeatedly with ice. It was pretty good. Wolf has been reelected. I'm also gonna sell mittens because there's a mitten right there. That's an artifact. When you encountered a fire breather too heavy to toss? Not that one, but that did happen to a different one. That one was the one that invaded my vampire fort. Like, I invaded the vampire fort and killed a bunch of my vampires with it. Yeah, Uphold Religion is strange. I'm still in BC, Cernix. I'm just in the capital of BC now instead of Vancouver. YouTube chat wants to know where I moved to. Let's go down here and then pasture some animals away. So no, not that character in specific, but I did lose a thing to a dwarf, or I think it was either a dwarf or a human, I can't remember. But I lost a character to a demon that was untossable. We're in an ad break, but they're just trading, so. So chat, are you guys up to anything this weekend? I get to go to a concert on the mainland on Sunday, so I don't know how much work I'll get done this weekend. I really need to get Future of the Fortress done because I'm kind of late on that. I've just been really burnt out on the video editing side of things for a while now and kind of putting off a lot of things that I need to do, so I think my plan for this weekend is to mostly just get Future of the Fortress done and out, and then start thinking about the next thing, and then go on that short trip. I want to go visit a friend in Finland? Well, that sounds fun. What's going on in Finland? You're going to Victoria this weekend to visit a friend? What day are you taking the ferry? If I can ask. Because maybe I'll see you going in the other direction. Can wave from one boat to the other and say bye. You're leaving Friday and coming back Monday? Well, if you want a fist bump, let me know. I'll be here till Sunday. I will be leaving sometime Sunday morning, and then I don't know what time Sunday morning. Sometime. Is there a Formula 1 race this weekend? Because after the F1 race. I don't actually know. I think there's one this weekend. No, that's next week. That's Spa's next week. So I don't know. Whenever I wake up Sunday, I will be heading to the ferry, but I'm coming back sometime Monday. I presume because you're going to Finland, actually, no, Midsummer takes place in Sweden, right? I was gonna say you're gonna go commit some human sacrifice ritual in the forest, right? Or like, I don't know, play D&D, something equally satanic. You're going on vacation on the water on Maine. Oh, that's cool. Wait, water on Maine? You mean water in Maine? Because water shouldn't be on Maine. Water should be where the water is. Not on Maine. Because if it is on Maine, then you've got... Ooh. Flooding. Not bad. The ritual sacrifices here in Sweden didn't work this year. You almost ran out of water. Oh, that's unfortunate. Shit. Gotta ritually sacrifice harder next time. I caught a Gorlak and I feel bad. It's the name of my biography. The main on Maine in Maine. But sure. You just started playing DF yesterday, and how are you liking it, Geek Genie, in YouTube chat? It's always kind of amazing to me, you know? Because, like, when you play enough of a game like this, it just becomes kind of amazing to try and wrap your head around the concept of, oh, I just started playing this game, you know? Also, yes, don't forget to like the YouTube stream. I forgot to say you should like the YouTube stream, but YouTube people, don't forget to like the YouTube stream. There's 62 of you and 22 likes. We can do better. And definitely no D&Ds, suspiciously shape-shifting eyes. Okay, definitely no satanic panic happening in Sweden or Finland this year. The most part of cataloging books is finding the fun series titles. Did you know that there's a juvenile fiction series called Faith Girls with a sub-series called Princess in Camo? So I have a question. Are you sorting the smut books? Or are you in the religion youth section? I'm trying to guess, like, what area of books would have Princess in Camo and Faith Girls. Because that's either, like, sketchy, it's Christian fiction? Gotcha. Could we just say that it's conservative fiction? Because Princess in Camo is, like, the most... Oh, boy. Aimed at 10-year-olds? Bruh. Okay, when I was a child, I was reading Captain Underpants. When I was that age, I was reading Captain Underpants, more accurately. Like, Captain Underpants and, oh, geez. Red Ranger? I need to actually go look that one up again. There was this series of light novels about a dog who lived on a farm from the perspective of the dog. Anyway, Cog has been missing for a week, and I have no idea why. Did you get into a fight with something, Cog? There's a bunch of Crundles fighting with stuff. Well, I guess I'll memorialize Cog. But those were cats? So I had some friends who were, like, obsessed with the Warriors series. I never read those books. Was the author a dog? Now that I do not have confirmation or word from. I also don't know if any dogs were consulted in the storytelling. Light novel... I'm gonna search this. Series of books about a dog on a ranch. Hank the Cow Dog, that was it. There's one line from Hank the Cow Dog that will never leave my brain. Apparently there was 81 books in this series. Jesus Christ. Admittedly, they're all like 60 pages or something. They're very small. There was one line which is, chickens. I hate chickens. They're the dumbest creatures on the farm. They only have about 6 words in their language and 5 of them mean help. It's like the only line from that entire series I remember. Lamau, that's dark. It was right after a fox ate a chicken, and then the dog had to go find the fox. It was a very dramatic storyline, okay? For a small child, this was like some edge of my seat stuff, dude. Or, I don't know, edge of the sofa? Let's keep buying books. All of the books, whatever they are. Originals or otherwise. And the rough gems, why not? I mean, I could imagine that chickens have about as much language as the, like, seagulls from... As the seagulls from Finding Nemo, you know? Mine, 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 mine. It's like that kind of thing. Makes sense. Which maybe is, like, up there as one of my favorite animated movie bits of all time. Also, YouTube folks, I'm starting a super chat goal, but don't worry about it. It's there because algorithm. I don't know if that actually works anyway. I just saw somebody say that it does once, so no, I presume it does. That just having a goal on YouTube tells YouTube that you care. Okay, so I need to look very closely at my moods. Because I've got a lot of really upset dwarves. There's also a lot of very injured dwarves right now all of a sudden that I'm noticing, and that's a problem. And I don't have a doctor, which is also a problem. Congratulations, this new dwarf. You're now a doctor. I also don't have a surgeon. What the fuck happened to my surgeon? I also appear to be out of soap, even though there's soap literally right there. So I've got a lot of pretty upset dwarves, and they are consistently staying upset. So I need to figure out why they are upset. One of my biggest suspicions right now is actually there's just bodies somewhere that I'm not aware of. So I'm actually going to leave those two dwarves on mining, allow other people to do other jobs. And I'm going to turn off basically everything. We're just going to let a bunch of jobs run for a little bit. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Because I really, 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 really want to see some stuff put away. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to go type... Well, actually, I'm going to turn on this for a little bit. Fights. We're going to clean up the in-fort area by turning this on. And then the second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to seal off this cavern. Oh, not this one. This one. The further down one. I'm going to seal off this cavern. Because I need to get all of these dwarves out of this cavern. There is too many problems coming out of here, and I need it locked down. The other option I have here is I could seal it off with walls, but at this point, I don't even need the trees from down in here. There's too many crundles and other things. I think whenever there is a forgotten beast, we can pop out there and deal with it. I'm going to bring the elephants back inside as well. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We are going to seal this off. And right now there's this clerk here who's hauling logs upstairs. Also going to go to my wood stockpile right over here. I'm going to click on this minecart and I'm going to forbid it so they just fill up this outer stockpile and stop filling up the middle one. We like how they went up as an organized group. Well, they go upstairs to they go to the nearest area that they're able to occupy, right? I'm still gonna move them. We'll probably keep them in here. Oopsies. Doop, 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 doop. There you go. Recreation time? Well, not really recreation. You'll see what I mean in a minute. I'm going to presume that's all the dwarves. If it's not, well, sucks to be them. It's not really going to be recreation, and you'll see why in a moment. Because I am kind of going to tell them to dump a bunch of bodies in a moment. Oh, god damn it. Alright, Dwarf, you go pick up your equipment, and then I'll let you in. Or don't. Dwarf's like, oh shit. I shouldn't be here. Also, fights shouldn't allow any of this. It can allow this, but I don't want it to allow anything else. Moreb, the crafts dwarf, has been taken by a Feymut. So chat room, we're nearing the end of this fortress. I'm going to try and have this fortress done, if not this week or today, then by sometime early next week. I'm getting a phone call from Memory Express. I do actually need to pick this up. Could I get a round of beers? I'll be right back in a second.
Let's take a lovely fruit that's made out. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Cool. There are 2 more drives available for me. Stop eating ketchup? Naturally. No, so what I was going to say is this fortress is nearing completion. And when I get this fortress done and dusted and completed, I want to kill this Crundle. Dead. But what I want to move on to a new fort. So I'm starting to slowly, Moreb's claimed a clother's shop. I'm starting to slowly think about what I'm going to do for the next fort. But also, I want the ending of this fort to be very dramatic. Because the goal for this fort, for those of you who've maybe missed the end plan for this, why are you doing this? For those of you who've maybe missed the end plan for this fort, the end goal of this fort is to populate hell. I want to move my library into hell. And in order to do that, we have to get down into hell and defeat that initial wave. We are getting very close. God damn it. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to leave that paused. I'm just going to let them go out here and collect stuff as they need. Because I don't really want to turn all of the squads off because there's probably gear out there that they need. So that's the plan, is by next week, I would like to have this whole project completed as well as I can. Right now, we just need to improve moods a bunch because moods are bad. And then we're going to go back to digging. Fuck that Crundle in particular. No, I completely agree. Fuck that Crundle in particular. Fuck most Crundles in particular. So the way you can help me complete this fort, chat, is just by keeping that chat moving. It's been difficult to stream this fort over the past week because of many issues that I've discussed in the past. But those issues aside, I think we can make it to the end of this and make this into a really cool fortress. because I'd like to make this one into a video. I've got a lot of neat ideas, and I've actually started editing some of the early footage of it. So I want you guys to help me do that by getting to the end. We are so close. The material crossbows affect its damage. No, but adamantine items get an aiming bonus. Same with artifact items. It affects the damage of whacking them with it. So, like, if you smack somebody in the head with an artifact item, you'll hit them easier. You'll have an easier job hitting them, basically, is the difference. I'm also just trying to get rid of a lot of stuff. We pop in bottles. Yeah, I mean, that works for me. Okay, so this should be everybody. Okay, who's still resting? Got a lot of dwarves resting. What do you have queued up? Needs cleaning. People cleaning wounds? What are the doctor tasks that need to be done currently? And I see that there's a trillion unrelated tasks that are getting done right now, but I'm just gonna forbid everything for the moment. Just forbid everything for the moment. Just forbid everything for the moment. Wooden crossbows and bone crossbows are both a thing. Let's make the queen into a doctor, because I'm wondering... if there's issues here. Oh, the queen's also injured. Okay, so I've got a bunch of injuries, and I don't know where they came from, and I don't know why they're not getting dealt with. So let me just check something else here. What else is happening? Zulvan, my diagnoser's injured. Same with my queen. Same with one of my bone doctors. I don't have another diagnoser. That's probably the problem here. All right, Rove Beetle and... Wolf the Mayor, you can both be diagnosers. Although you've got to conduct meetings, apparently. Where's this? It's just set. Oh, how did I end up with that set to that? Or how did I end up with that set to that with like, okay, because this was supposed to be everybody. I guess I must have manually set the queen as... Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. Orderlies is supposed to be everybody. And then the specific... Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Well, I can fix it. I know why it was set like that, and it was for a specific thing, but... Oh well, whatever. It's fine. It's sorted now. Like basic diagnosis and yeah, see all of this is happening now. They were outside of your burrow? Oof, that's pretty bad. Cavern has collapsed, excuse me? Oh, stuff's still randomly burning occasionally because of this guy. I think I should go kill at some point. With hauling not too long ago. So there was one time I couldn't figure out why nobody was gathering food and all my food kept breaking and I thought that I'd like destroyed some sort of job or something because like my food was just rotting everywhere and it was driving me nuts. And then I realized that workers ignore food got tagged somehow. I basically gave every single Dwarf an Adderall prescription and they just forgot that food existed. It was like a nightmare. It was the worst. Like, I almost lost a fort because I had that flipped at one point. Good news is, all of this seems to be getting sorted out now. We're not using a specific ore. You did not allow the ore to be used in crafting. Oh yeah, no, that'll happen. That'll happen. I mean, to be fair, you don't really want rope reed cloth, petrified gizzard stones. What else do you want? Is it bones? Hides, logs, metal bars, rough gems, plant cloth, rock blocks, cut gems. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do this. What's your name? Moreb? It's Moreb making an artifact. Go here and just type in. Just going to take you out of the burrow. Kind of seems like you want cut gems, but I'm just going to go to this and say cut one gem, even though I know for a fact there's a cut gem right there. And I'm also just going to tell him to go butcher an animal because it maybe is just that, and I just haven't seen it. So go butcher a bunch of the skunks. Also gonna unforbid a bunch of this. Yeah, so like Deep Sea Fishing just described, I used Embark Anywhere to embark on top of a pre-constructed world gen creature, so... yeah, we literally just discussed this. It changes the weight. That's it. It doesn't change the strength of the crossbow, just the weight of the crossbow. Which, if you're going to be whacking them with a crossbow, you want heavier crossbows. But generally, you're not going to be whacking them with a crossbow. Artifact and adamantine crossbows and god metal crossbows will get a aim bonus, but that is it. Okay, so it's not a skunk that you want. Then what else do you want? Cut gems, metal bars, tanned hides, logs, metal bars, you got that. What else do you need? Rough gems. Right. This looks like a rough gem to me, though. But I guess it's not. Okay, well... I'm just gonna go to down to here. And I'm going to try closing this now. Once it's closed, I can turn off the burrow entirely. Once I can turn off the burrow entirely, crossbow iron can go back to prison, unrelated. Also, this weaver is throwing a tantrum. Then I can turn the burrow off. And then I can go down to here, and over to here, down into here, and dig out some diamonds, because I'm starting to think I might just actually have no rough gems somehow, which is kind of impressive, but it happens. Oh no, there's rough gems right there. What are we talking about? What am I talking about? Oh, well. Whatever. You're struggling of a single blind fort that... I'm struggling to think of a single blind fort that hasn't looked aesthetic. I think that I've just been playing this game for a long time and I focus a lot on making things look good to me. And I think there are people out there that have similar desires for visuals as me. Not sure why we're posting beers, but we're posting beers. Thank you for the beers. Yeah, this fort's a big-ass mess right now. I was asked in YouTube chat to show a brief version of what I've done. Mate, this fort's been running for 30 years. There's no such thing as a brief version of that. TLDR, we started on the surface and slowly worked our way down, drained half the lava sea, took over every single cavern layer except for one, and are trying to invade hell. That's the brief version. I can't show that briefly. That's not possible. So where the hell are you going? I'm really curious as to what this dwarf actually needed. Oh, are you going for these? That's funny. No, you're not. Okay, so what are you going for then? No, it is rough gems. This is all he needed. Okay, well, sure. Sure, I suppose. Let's go over to there. And then I will channel down in front of both of these. This is going to be the actual challenge on this side. Same with over here. So the way I'm going to build this is I'm going to dig over to this side. And then I'm going to fortify and smooth this. And then I will channel down and do the same down here. And then I will build a fortification along here, giving them a degree of separation from where the bad things are going to be coming into the fort. Ideally, allowing them to shoot through the fortifications without getting covered in dust or something else horrible. Work order for cutting gems that leaves 25 or so rough gems. I mean, it should, but I vaguely recall yesterday making a... I vaguely recall yesterday making an order that was just a manually clicked repeating order to get a couple of gems moved. Might have just been that was the issue. It might have just been that was the issue. So this is why it's not really a leisure time break here, by the way. It's because they're actually just, like, down here, you know, kind of probably wishing they were dead, like, throwing all of this stuff into the lava down below, as one does. An Artifacts of War factory where you embark with a bunch of anvils to a volcano and then set everyone as armor smiths and weaponsmiths until it becomes their highest skill. Don't set them as that. Simply don't make a tavern off the bat. Only make a weaponsmith guild. See, I did that in this fort, and if I actually scroll down, well, these days not so much, but for a very long time in this fort, most of them have died, but most of the dwarves in this fort for a very long time were just weaponsmiths. And because of that, they were all making weapon artifacts. But if you start off with a guild hall, not like this church, I need a guild hall. Give me a guild hall. A guild hall like this one, which is, no, that's a tavern. That's also a tavern. That's a library. This is a guild hall. There we go. A guild hall like this one, which is a metalsmith's guild, and you click this button. It indicates that the location is only open to fortress citizens. Anybody in the fortress can go there, and then all you need is one metalsmith or one weaponsmith if it's a weaponsmith's guild, and then that one dwarf will train every single other dwarf in that fort how to, like, make weapons. No metal threads, please. No metal threads. So don't bother assigning them. Literally just, that's all you need to do. And if you make that first, that will almost always be the most consistent prevailing skill in the fort. Is the queen in my fort? Yep. Well, she's not on the fort. She's in the fort. She is a citizen of the fort. She is right here. Agatha. I mean, I kind of did that with this squad. Most of these dwarves are using artifact weapons. Also, some of them are miners now, which means... Why? Hold on. I just saw a dwarf burning to death. Hold on. Bastet just burned to death, and I don't know why. Ah. Oh, that's why that door was locked. Right. Why didn't it just fly in this way, then? Well, that's a little bit distressing. Oop. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, so I've got a Forgotten Beast here who just set a dwarf, who just burned Bastet, I think. Yeah. It is injured. It is a gigantic three-eyed oxpecker. Did it kill Bobby Kotick? Yeah, chat, this creature just killed Bobby Kotick. As well as 2 of my dwarves. And potentially 3, actually. Depends on how dumb this dwarf is. Save the baby elephant. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna get my military over here first. Mark's dwarves, I need you guys to go this way. Did a bolt hit it? It's now going for the adult elephant. I'm just going to forbid everything in here. So there should be no reason for this dwarf to go here. So you should turn around. But this dwarf here is trying to be a hero, but is just a recruit. This is probably their first time ever shooting a crossbow. And here comes slowly my other militia. Although you're going to go put an item away, because dwarves do that. I'm going to move the militia up this way. Oxpecker is a bird. It's now trying to bust down this door. The dwarves are shooting bolts at it pretty efficiently. Which does mean it can bleed to death. But it's decided it's going to start flying. It's flown up a little bit. Moreb the Craftsdwarf has created Astil Ost, a rope reed shoe. And offers it to the enjoyable, the enjoyable knowledge. The enjoyable knowledge. Where's this shoe? It does have adamantine in it, so it should be pretty high valuable. Oh, there it is. Hostile Lost. I will check on that in a sec. But first, we've got to deal with this. Well, it's getting bludgeoned and bloodied. It's now running towards my dwarves and breathing fire at them. Let's hope that they do in fact have liquids, which means they can put out fires if they get caught on fire once. It's an elephant calf corpse now on fire. Sanic RS got obliterated just now. Datan is now getting shot at. These dwarves are going to go get more ammo, which seems very unfortunate and for the timing. They're still shooting at it, though, running around to the edge of it. I should probably tell them to station further back, like over here. This dwarf is probably not going to live much longer, but is trying to back up and dodge backwards. The dwarves are still shooting at it. How's this thing's bleeding doing? It's wounded and seriously injured as these two kite backwards. Slowly getting further away. Looks like we just lost Eshtan. And this fort just can't catch a break, dude. It really can't. This dwarf is continuing to dodge pretty effectively. I don't really want the dwarves to go in here because there isn't enough line of sight to really do much. But you now catch fire. This dwarf is trying to assist at the corner. The beast appears to be seriously injured now. And kills yet another dwarf. Is taking more bolts. This dwarf is haggard, so if they die, worse things will have happened. It's now in the firing range. Most of the dwarves are now firing at it. It's bleeding as much as it's going to bleed. It just killed somebody else, which was who? Dodok, it was. Also 2 Eshtans in a row. It's like the entire population of Eshtans. I would like this fort to catch a break for a minute. But this game is making that very difficult. Are we going to hear the music for like the 5th time in 2 years? Badger Demon, who is one of my legendary Marks dwarves, is doing their damnedest to block all of the fire and keep dodging backwards. The creature has lost its guts. Smildy, down there, is not doing as good of a job dodging, but the creature is now dead. Was it you who got it? Nope, you've just killed a Krundle. Nope. Not you either. Onul didn't get it. Did Would I get it? Ah, it was Would I got it. That's the, I guess, you've now killed a Warthog Brute and 2 Forgotten Beasts. Nice? I don't know about that. We lost almost 10 dwarves. I don't know about nice. There's very little about that. That was nice. I need to fill this in, though. I thought I could have sworn I did this 10 years ago. Well, that's no longer a threat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more deaths. I don't know, Nan. I don't know. I wouldn't call that nice. As far as that shoe goes, This is a rope reed shoe. All craft workmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval-cut rose quartzites and encircled with bands of rope reed and round obsidian cabochons. And cushioned petrified wood cabochons and jaguar leather. This object is made from rope reed cloth. Why all the beers? Should get some Fs here, chat, or some salutes. With spikes of this object is adorned with hanging rings of adamantine, and the item is an image. On the item is an image of a kakapo and hemp. On the item is an image of pulley inks, the constructive dyes, the dark metal crossbow in fungi wood. On the item is an image of a brook lampreys in copper. We thirsty? Clearly. Well, I'll tell you this, chat. Streamer's thirsty, so streamer's gonna drink his coffee. Me and the bros at the funeral, like drunk stupid. It's like that. It's like that Great Big Sea song, "The Night Pat Murphy Died." The night that Patty Murphy died was a night I'll never forget. Some of the boys got loaded, drunk, and they ain't got sober yet. That song. A bottle of something was passed around. Every lad was feeling gay. And Murphy came with the bagpipes and music for a play. That's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. That's how they show their rudder and their pride. They said it was a spit of shame, and they winked at one another, and every drink in the place was so full the night Pat Murphy died. I know the lyrics to that song still. I think. And every drink in the place was full that night Pat Murphy died. I just made... So Thomas in YouTube chat's like, I'm from Newfoundland, and you just made my day knowing that song. What about Mary Mac's mother's making me Mary Mac? Mary's mother's making me... Mary's mother's making Mary Mac marry me. Well, I'll be feeling merry when I marry Mary Mac. That's the other one that lives there in the old head. There's like at least one or two others that live rent-free in my brain. Yes, to keep the bottle cold, they put it with the corpse because it had ice. Yes, this is true. I don't know if it's whiskey. It's like a specific bottle of something. I can't remember that lyric. I'll just never forget. The night that Patty Murphy died was a night I'll never forget. Some of the boys got loaded, drunk, and they ain't got sober yet. The best cover of that song, as I've never seen them live, but I saw the Arrogant Worms do a cover of that song. And that was pretty great. All right, let's get jobs going again. You learned Miss Mary Mac hand clap game during your time in Ontario? Yep. Yeah, no, it's a classic. Yeah, I actually have lost count how many times I've seen the Arrogant Worms live, though, because they used to do free shows all the time where I grew up. So, like, I've seen them like 4 or 5 times doing free shows downtown close to where I grew up. So, I also saw them twice in Scouts and once at a summer camp, unrelated to Scouts. Yeah. It's like once or twice a year, I just like indoctrinate all of Twitch chat into being Arrogant Worms fans. Now the question is, do I have enough tombs? That is the question. And I'm going to say this again, because maybe if I keep saying it, I can will it into being a reality. We need to stop letting dwarves die and actually let the population recover to around 200. Okay, chat? You hear me? I think we're actually okay. Yeah, we're okay for Tim's. Hey. Well, every time a dwarf dies, it might as well gain another layer because I have to wait longer. I don't know exactly what layer, but it's not that far away. It's only a couple of layers down, most likely. They never get a break. What about the Fortress Overseer? Started planting life dwarves into the sacrifice pit? I mean, hey. That's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. Also, do I have any slabs that I can place? I do. I don't think that was also a memorialized one, so. Hospital is also finally cleaned up, which is good. And some of the dwarves be digging. This is like the you can sleep when you're dead kind of statements. Dwarves get a lot of breaks, and they're usually accompanied by a coffin. It's like, oof. It's like, that's not a break, my guy. Something broke? How so? Hello, Mind. How is you? I was just telling Chad how we show our respect for Patty Murphy. Sounds Irish? Sure. Not Irish, Newfoundland, but... Well, actually, I don't know where that song was originally written, because a lot of their songs are just, like... taken from other sources, but I don't know, actually, with that one. Maybe Patty Murphy was Irish. If you look up the night Pat Murphy died on YouTube, you'll find it. Song by the Great Big Sea. Or at least performed by the Great Big Sea. What is the founding guy for the Great Big Sea has dementia, right? Like, I seem to recall that being kind of a sad story. Not to be a bummer, but... It is true. It is the most Irish name possible. It is up there. Maybe not the most Irish name possible. You could probably get There's probably a way to be more Irish than being named Patty Murphy, but... Did you know that most people in Canada who are supposed to be able to speak French don't actually speak French? That's brought to you by somebody who lives in Canada and is supposed to be able to speak French but can't speak French. I'm not part of that gang at all, actually. Deep sea fishing. Have you ever gotten good southern food in North America? Or in America? They make good food? I was unaware of this. I thought they just deep fried everything and covered it in salt. Sorry, I'm seeing this dwarf, like, down here is kind of funny. Well, that explains that. But, no, I've never had good southern food, because I like good food, not fat. That's an opinion you're entitled to have. And I'm entitled to say that I'm diabetic, and fatty food makes carbs dissolve slower, and deep-fried fatty food has a lot of carbs. So it's like the equivalent of saying, you're gonna have high blood sugar for as long as you exist for the rest of the week, and wish that you didn't do any of this. So no, none of that food is good, thanks. If they made good food, then I'd be interested in trying it, but in my experience, they don't. You didn't know that about fatty foods? It's one of the reasons why I eat a lot of vegan food, actually. And try not to eat a lot of meat, especially red meat. It's not because I don't like it. It's tasty, but it hurts me, which makes it unpleasant to consume. I like collard greens, but I have no love for deep fried collard greens. I like boiled or steamed collard greens. But like, if the question is like, have you ever had good comfort food? Because that's kind of like what I think of when I think of Southern food. I'm kind of being derogatory unnecessarily because that's my own sense of humor, I guess. But like, when I think of Southern food, I think of like comfort food. Have I ever had good comfort food? Yeah. I mean, generally my go-to comfort food is not like deep fried stuff. It's like breakfast food, which I'm generally pretty good at getting around the stuff that tries to kill me because I've practiced a lot. And a lot of the like breakfast diners and stuff that I like around here have options for things that allow you to step away from some of the worse for you options. As an example, like one of the places I frequent, it doesn't cost you extra to do the substitution either, which is nice. A lot of places charge for things like fruit. But you can swap out hash browns, potatoes, toast, and all that for fried tomatoes, which like, okay, cool. So I can get an Eggs Benedict or like an omelet or something and have like breakfasty comfort food, or even like a pancake and then not have to eat half of it. Or like places that'll let you do a half order of stuff is stuff that I'll do. But no, it's not the kind of food I go after generally. Like in all seriousness, like if I had the option between going to a Cajun restaurant or going anywhere else, I would probably do almost anything else first. Sure, I mean like Cajun spices or Louisiana spice mixes are pretty good, but like I kind of like to just make my own spice mixes. I've almost always felt ripped off when I've bought spice mixes in the past. I don't know if anybody else feels this way, but like if I can make a spice mix with minimal effort, I almost always feel ripped off purchasing said spice mix. Yeah, barbecue is something I kind of can't do. I don't know if Stoned Hobo's in the chat right now, but the last time I had barbecue was actually in Las Vegas, and it was pretty good. And what is that icon? To check. And it was fine. It was good. It was tasty. It was a lot of food. I was in physical pain for a while after that. Oh, some rats drinking my alcohol. So like, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't super value my health, but like, which is like not a pleasant discussion, and a discussion probably for another day. But like, even though I don't heavily value my health, I value it enough that like I don't want to feel like dog shit. Have I ever been to Seattle? Yes. I went to PAX West. 7 times. I also went down there to visit somebody once. I guess that's the one blessing about being diabetic, is it forces you to overcompensate healthy food, because otherwise you just I haven't had super high blood sugar on stream in a while. But me in the worst moods ever, it's probably because my blood sugar is super high. And it's like, I don't know, it's like voluntarily giving yourself borderline flu symptoms. And high blood pressure. So like I try to avoid unhealthy food because it fucks up my blood sugar. What's a distinct Canadian dish you would have foreigners try? That's a difficult thing to say because, like lots of North America, Canadians are an oppressed small minority of Indigenous people, and not what I think a lot of people would think of or be able to easily get. So, what is good Canadian food? Bannoc's pretty banger, which is a specific type of bread. Smoked salmon. Go get yourself some like candied salmon from one of the indigenous reserves, and you will die in heaven immediately, spontaneously, and also probably combust. They said, "What is good food?" I like poutine. Poutine's fine, but also that's more of a Quebec creation, not really a Canadian creation. And I realize that Quebec is Canada, but like, please allow me to reiterate the thing that I just said, which is more like it's like a French transplant food. Sure, Hawaiian pizza, California rolls, also Canadian, or Canadian inventions. I don't know. I like food, but Canada is so multicultural that like it's kind of difficult to just be like, oh, this is a Canadian thing. It's like, well, this was made by people who live in Canada. Well, like, I don't know. It's a bit of a misnomer, I guess. Mm-hmm. Sure. Makes sense, sheep herder. But yeah, at this point, I don't know. I don't really... I think I don't really care is maybe the actual, like, what's a good Canadian food? That's all I have to say, shrug. Does it matter? All of the food I like is international food. We make pretty good beer. Yeah, but... I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. What's good Canadian food? The last thing I ate that was made here. Especially, like, when you ask me, like, what is my favorite food? Well, my family's very German, Irish, and a little bit of Hungarian and Dutch. What are my favorite foods? Probably the same shit you can get in Ukraine or, like, that area of Germany. Like, I like sauerkraut and, like, potato pancakes and shit. And, like apple dumplings and things like that. If I travel to South America? Absolutely not. I'm good. It's too fucking far. I'm not against traveling at all. I have absolutely no interest in traveling by myself. Absolutely none. I'm a very depressed person a lot of the time, some otters. And I think that the biggest impact that has had for me on my life is that there are just some things that, like, I don't want to do by myself. And that is kind of is just a bummer discussion pretty quickly. But, like, I don't want to participate in destroying the planet. And I also don't want to participate in increasing my carbon footprint if I can avoid it. And one of the biggest causes of that is unnecessary tourism. I travel across Canada once a year to go to Montreal to watch Formula 1. Is kind of the one vacation I take a year. And outside of that, I don't really want to go further than that. It's just too fucking far. Like, truly. It would take me, like, 48 hours and, like, $2,000 to go to South America. To a place where I know nobody and don't speak the language. And could I do that? Certainly. But why? For the cost of that flight, I can go for a week to Montreal and not be anywhere near as stressed out about the fact that I have to get back home and work. I don't know, man. Like, in theory, I would love to go and travel. In practicality and in reality, I'm not ever going to do it alone. If I ever end up in a relationship with somebody who really wants to travel, I could do that, and I would do that. But then, like, I'd have somebody to do that with, and that would make that enjoyable. But me by myself, I don't really see a world where I would actually have fun doing that. I don't. I wish I could see myself enjoying that, but I don't. So. You know, I've had about 1,000 people over the years say that to me. Syed F. It was like, I'll be your translator if you come to Brazil. I know streamers who stream from Brazil, who live there. I'm not going to do that. There is almost no chance that will ever happen. But I appreciate the constant offers. All right, the dwarves have arrived to trade. It's time to keep that trade going. I mean, like, there's a lot of benefits to traveling that I'm not going to ever knock. Oh, wow. One of the dwarves that died there was my broker. I'm never going to knock the values of traveling. Like, it's a very smart thing to do as a person. But I'm already somebody who can barely take time off work. And, like, in a world where if I take 2 weeks, and that's already kind of pushing it into the, like, I can't really afford this range, by taking 2 weeks, by the time I get to somewhere like South America, we're already, like, 4 days into my time. I would rather go somewhere where I can spend more time. If I'm going to travel. All right, let's do all this. I mean, I would love to do that, Mojito. I would love to. As long as I'm in this line of work, doing what I do the way I do this, and as long as I'm single, while there would definitely be benefit to it, I don't think it's something that's worth it for me. Financially or otherwise. Like, really. I don't think that it's worth it for me. Actually, the French are probably the worst part of going to Quebec. Sharpest tool. Because all of the problems with going to Quebec can be blamed on the French. But no, French are fine. That's not the appeal. I mean, I didn't travel for between 2011 and 2018, with the exception of going to Seattle for PAX. I didn't travel. Remember this, Otters. I realize that that's kind of meant as a joke, but Twitch isn't a dating site. River cancel store-owned item reason to injured. I'm gonna send you to Embracing Glistened. I feel bad for this dwarf, but I don't need to see that cancellation constantly. Did I get to see Proto-Men? Nope. I never really went to any of the parties around PAX or the shows around PAX. The only show I saw during PAX was I saw Danny Baranowski and Chipzel. And technically Anamanaguchi, but we left when they started. Or around the time they were starting, I think. And some dubstep artist called Square, which was kind of bad. Also, Psycon, I didn't see pop in. I've been doing a terrible job reading chat the last 2 days. Chipzel was cool. She had to overnight her studio setup because her performance setup got lost on the airplane, which is terrifying when like you're using antique Game Boys as your performance gear. Like that's horrifying. So she had to overnight her own gear to herself. It's in something box. Redbox? No. That's a DVD sales service that doesn't exist anymore. Showbox. Showbox? Showbox, I think is the name of that venue in Seattle. I don't want to talk about it, Enemy, to be honest with you. This isn't the place. But the short version is I fucking hate it. Yesterday was a lot of blind bitches. We don't need another day of blind bitching. Did Redbox die? Yeah, go look up videos of people buying individual Redbox boxes and then breaking into them with, like, industrial saws to cut the DVDs out. But yeah, no, Redbox is, like, gone, done, dead, dusted, kaput. But they were selling, like, the boxes with whatever's in them to random people, and so people were buying them and, like, breaking into them to get the stuff out. In some cases, in other cases, people have bought them and have like rebranded them to keep using them. But yeah, Redbox is like gone. So what that actually means is that the vending machine DVD rental industry currently has a void. So if anybody wants to invest in any news on Kenshi 2, I mean, the developers put out a Q&A. That's it. I don't know. I'm not following it super closely. I'm sure we'll know if there is, and when there is, Gordy Casto. Six copies of Shrek 4 and probably, like, I don't know, 50 Shades of Grey. You're all in? I don't think you have that many tickets, mate. There you go. I'll help you actually invest that. Any reason I'm not following it? Development is slow and they don't really have development updates or anything, so they did one Q&A. There isn't much to follow, which is why I'm not really following it. It's one of those things that, like, when stuff happens, I'll be made aware that I'll follow it, but, like, they put out a Q&A, which was basically like a sign of life. Yes, we're still working on it. And they're still working on it. I don't really have much more to say aside from that. Like, yeah, that's about it. The Crocodile is the other venue I've been to in Seattle. I was trying to think of the name of the other venue I've been to in Seattle. Is the Crocodile. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I watched about 2 minutes of the Q&A and I was like, nah. Stop. I was like, I don't really care. It's not my thing. I'm good. Hello, Zawi. How is we? Hello, Tired Poet. Are you less tired than you were when you left because you were tired last night? Admittedly, it had been a long day. Who'd you see at the Crocodile, Cricket? Although, I will say that the one news update that Kenshi put out genuinely disappointed me, which was they put out an announcement a couple years ago stating that they were going to be putting out a strain of weed. It turns out it was an April Fool's Day joke, and I'm genuinely disappointed in that. Like, why would you get me so excited about something that you're not going to do? Fuck you. Like, genuinely a little bit salty about that, because that could have been the funniest, like, video game integration of all time, and it turns out that it was actually just an April Fool's Day joke. You saw Crumb. Oh, I know Crumb. Well, I know the name. I don't know Crumb, but... Dude, I took melatonin last night, Creed. Went to bed at 9:30 and woke up at 4:30 in the morning. Because that's about how much sleep I normally get. My body's just like, oh, you've had your 6 and a bit hours. Bang, you're awake now. Fuck. It's really grumpy when I woke up. That's all you get? If I'm lucky, yeah. On a good day. No, I mean... I'm very worried about Kenshi 2 for the same reason I worried about Stalker 2. Is there's going to be people that are like, game sucks, it's not exactly like my exact mod pack that I like. So I'm kind of worried about Kenshi 2 for that reason, but hopefully they just keep working on it and make a good game. It's also one of the reasons I'm not like grinding away at Kenshi 1 is because I just kind of want to play Kenshi 2. So, brief comment and reminder, chat. This is a crowdfunded channel. And I'm checking my daily minimum. Currently, I am almost $100 on the dot. It's actually $98 away from the daily minimum. Meaning, if I stream for 8 hours, I will have made minimum wage where I live. If you happen to have a Prime sub and you're watching on YouTube, or if you're watching on Twitch and have a Prime sub, or a resub, think about me. Thanks, Punches Elves, for gifting another subscription. That's the first notification of money on the stream in 2 hours, actually. Thank you. The one thing I will say when it comes to me when I talk about sleep is please don't give me advice on how to sleep. I have sleep disorders and choose not to take my sleeping pills because they make me very, very, very psychotic. So it's, yeah. You guys can discuss it amongst yourselves if you like, but. But trust me, I'm not just sitting there on my phone in bed. Yeah, I know that you're talking to Creed. I just kind of wanted to preface that. The Forgotten Beast Eclure has come. A towering, hairy Dimetrodon. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a bloated body. Its aquamarine hair is straight. Beware, it's poison. Bite. So this shouldn't be able to get in here. I'm just going to be ignoring Forgotten Beasts for a bit. Fanyogs, what up, dude? It's been a minute. Hope you're doing well. Melatonin doesn't make me angry. It just makes me groggy in the morning. No, it's antidepressants that makes me psychotic, which is usually what gets prescribed to people with sleeping problems. Doing decent? Good to hear, man. Okay, so now all this is done. I can go along here. Go here. Go here. Then all this can be fortified. Can also go down here and get rid of all these, more or less. Because I also need to dig through here. Melatonin did nothing to help you sleep? Yeah. I feel that. Construct a building. Oh, we're constructing this. Shark jumping walrus, thanks for the bits. When it comes to the antidepressants making me psychotic thing, I am a very heavily suspected bipolar person. I don't have any official diagnosis, but it runs in the family. And there's something about being put on, like, any antidepressant. It does things to me. Making me into a terrible person is a nice way of putting it. It's not good. Well, if you're in Twitch chat, that's not a good place to start, but... Fanyogs, but, unless, you're talking hypothetically and not currently. Not currently. Okay, good. Because I was gonna say that being in Twitch chat is not a good way to do that. I wonder if you're like allergic to melatonin, based on reading that. That almost reads like you're allergic to it. Hello, Rockinar's Wood Shop in YouTube chat. So now all this is done. Go through and do that. Can also go up here, do this. Although I'm gonna get rid of this block, probably. Get the gem out. And then here, I can do this. Glass of whiskey and a wank. That can work sometimes, but not consistently. Hello, Ice Blue. Unfortunately, your dwarf died in the last stream. I'm not sure if you were here for that, though. So the idea here is to basically build a angled spot where dwarves can shoot down and out. That is the idea here. That is the idea. If anybody else actually accepts Monster Hunters and had a lot of ranged ones just straight up dropping their bolts when talking to the person they put in the petition into and thus having a really bad time when they go into the caverns, they've kind of always done that. Like, if you're asking if that's a recent thing, they've kind of always been really dumb. Monster Hunters are not... I don't think most Monster Hunters graduated high school, I'll put it that way. I feel like they don't go out to fight the beasts due to their intelligence. They seem to be a rather unsmart group of folk. Are you dumb? I'm not calling you dumb. That wasn't the statement. You also wanted to be a Monster Hunter and then didn't. Which, I guess by that very logic, would make you smarter than the ones that did. Wait, really? I didn't know that, Digdugo. The Witcher, but from Demon. That's just white hair dye, isn't it? Witcher not included. Uh-oh. Shit. There we go. Getting that done. Take Monster Hunters and force them into the labor force? That's grim. Alright, well this kind of sucks, because this got left behind. 2 seconds, chat. I'm gonna go use the restroom. We'll let these dwarves keep working on this.
Lobberdobberdoggadoggies.
Is that interesting?
Cheese for everyone!
All right. Right as the ads are starting, I return.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of weird ownerships with the monster hunters.
He has a sword.
I personally don't care for them so much. They're not something that I really bother myself with generally. Like, I don't know. I think some people, I think there's something that I valued a lot when I was new to the game and still learning it, but once I learned it, it was like, whatever. Just a bunch of monster hunters anyway.
Creed.
Thank you, Bonesaw, for the 27th month. Appreciate you. Are you proud of yourself, by the way? Successfully, unsuccessfully inflicting your memes on the chat so hard that I asked Tarn Adams about your memes? You better be proud of yourself. You're immensely proud of yourself. Dedicated so hard to a bit that finally you received recognition for it. Collard greens are the discussion from earlier. I mean, I don't know. Yes, it was from Bonesaw. So I think I mentioned this at the end of the after the Q&A was over during the stream itself. I put all of the questions into 3 different categories, or into several different categories, like adventure mode, fortress mode, general, off topic, sieges, myths and magic, those kinds of things. And one of the topics I had was, for fuck's sake, which had one question in it, and it was the one from Bonesaw. It's just, for fuck's sake. God damn it. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Holodorphia. Get in here. What's funny is the Creed memes didn't start when Creed started watching this stream. They started when Bonesaw started watching this stream, and Bonesaw showed up here largely, well, I guess 2022 was when you followed the stream. When did Creed follow the stream? Oh, 2023. Yeah, so like they were already going when Creed started watching this. The new bearded guy, you mean Lightast? The one I didn't see one run by. Was Lightast bearded? No, Lightast wasn't bearded. This guy? The traitor? The one who's married? Moses? Icy Blues often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He is quite polite and occasionally overindulges. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds artwork boring. And finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. Well, have a pickaxe then. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and likes Pericles and gold and goshenite and giant capybara leather, the color black bags, ballista arrows, and ducks for their quacks. And sauropod devils for their horrifying features, and the words of the Golden Gorge, and the sound of the cobalt boulders, and the sight of the diamond mines. When possible, he prefers to consume soft wheat beer and absolutely hates mosquitoes. Relatable. He's married to Asmil, who's also a trader, and is a former member of the Vault of Mastery, which is a different group from the same faction. Same with your wife. I hate everything about that, Bonesaw. Like, that is awful. Yeah. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers so that I never need to see what was just written in my chat ever again? Because that is gruesome. Don't ever share that again, please, Bonesaw. That's not fun. Not cool. Especially people that are no longer alive. There's something about, like sure, if you want to use stuff as prototyping tools or accessibility features, do what you want. But, like, man, taking the voice of somebody who's no longer alive and then, like, making them sing Creed, fuck that. That's grim, man. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. Dolmas the Gem Cutter has been taken by a Fey mood. That I am a fan of. I mean, my own tomato plants in my house. I'm going to be harvesting maybe a dozen tomatoes this evening. Maybe more, even. If I'm lucky. Yeah, you were talking about that the other day, Zalvi. Then we had a pretty long discussion between the difference between game books and fantasy flight books and choose your own adventure books. I would say it's worse than that by a lot, because at the very least with those holograms of artists that are no longer with us, it's like a produced event run by the estate, whereas this is literally just like somebody trained something off of the work of somebody who's no longer alive without their permission, most likely, which is genuinely disturbing to me. It's like that day that Jenna Bain found out that Total Biscuit's voice was being used to train a thing, and people were making voice models out of his voice, and it's like, that's not okay, people! I don't know. I hate all of it. All of it. It all sucks. That's basically it. I'm actually going to deconstruct and move something. I'm going to move something. I'm going to move my forges. Oh, I got 2 squads stationed here. Okay, so this right here is going to be moved down to much closer to where we are heading towards hell. Because it's just more convenient and it'll have less fuckery in the pathing. It's also where I want to be making gear for my Marks dwarves. So I'm actually going to move it to literally right here because there's all of this lava right here and it's very convenient. Nearer to the hellhole, yeah. Let's do this. 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 I'm a little bit surprised by what just happened there. There must have been something. Well. I never stopped selling mugs. The sales have slowed down a lot because I haven't released any new ones. But yeah, they're all still up. They're all still there. The gem cutter has created Gotti Demucker, a perfect ruby, and offers it to the enjoyable knowledge. This is a perfect ruby. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round ruby cabochon, then worth 25,000 Dwarf bucks. I didn't kill that dwarf. Gravity did. I only take some of the blame for that. Are they under large gems, maybe? Where do they hide those? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there must have just been a block or something on top of that. I heard you like rubies. I mean, that dwarf certainly did. Okay, so let's also go over to here. Go up to here and do this. And also this. And do that. As we slowly go through this chunk. There's also Forgotten Beast somewhere that is
King of Nulls cheered.
fighting with Crundles.
Have this.
Thanks for the $1, King of Knolls. Hopefully we make the daily minimum today. Thanks for helping us push towards that. Means a lot, mate. Do some Gabbro fortifications in the spot where I need them. That can just get channeled down through so that it looks a little bit more consistent. So with that, you can get channeled up through. Devil Dawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Thanks for being one of those that one of the how do I word this? Not one of the few, because that's the wrong word. One of the wonderful individuals that help keep the channel funded consistently. Appreciate you, man. You got Wave Depletion and Tsar Nicholas in there. I don't remember the last time I saw Wave Depletion around the stream. I missed that dude. When did he last type in my chat? Now I need to check. Spoke in my chat once in 2023 and then once in 2024. Missed that guy. Creed, thanks for checking us up at the King of Knolls. Bonesaw, thanks for the $4.20.
Cheered. X 420. Hype train, everybody throw your
And
loot
Deep
at
Sea
the
Fishin',
stream
thanks
with
for the
streamer honk, 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 honk,
$1.
honk, honk.
I didn't catch any of that. Can you repeat that? Bonesaw? Old Bok Udilmib. Shadow Observer, thanks for the 10-pack. Is that a 10-pack? Thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. I wasn't serious, but thanks for the $4.20 a second time. Super Sheep 3000, thank you very much for checking out a gift as well. Mad Lad did it. I mean, I was kind of joking but I did genuinely not hear what it said. Ill-gained sub? I mean, you just need to put more stats into dodge and you'll get less ill-gained subs. Ice Blue, thank you very much for the 5-pack as well. Hey, YouTube folks, can you guys hit the party button a bunch?
420.
Appreciate you guys.
Train, everybody throw your loonies and toonies at the streamer honk, 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 honk.
Oh, the honking is the Canadian goose speaking because it's loonies and toonies, so it's the Canadian reference. I get it. I understand now. I figured it out, guys. It makes more sense than it did never ago.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
And thanks for the 69 pennies. Appreciate you, man. I need to get this lava out of here.
X100. Oi wunder EEF eat ill make sense.
I wonder if ill makes sense. What, like as in you wonder if you make sense? I used to have a lot more sounds that played when people cheered bits, Bonesaw, but most of them got removed due to the fact that most of them included music, which started muting my stream suddenly. Like, I used to have a 666 one. I used to have a 420 one, which was pretty obvious. I used to have a 469 one. I used to have a bunch. Bunch of random songs. Life check on Han Solo. I'm probably still there. Still there. I haven't gone out of my way to kill him or anything. Hype train's still rolling. But you guys have already done a lot. It needs $43 in bits or 9 subscriptions to level up again.
Or stupid cheered.
Make that $42 in bits.
Cheese for everyone.
Because, thank you very much for the dollar. Oh, you're stupid. You've got a cool fucking badge, by the way. And a lot of people have that thing.
Boo one saw www cheered. X100. 41 now.
Boo one saw?
For everyone!
It's the Boo one saw indeed. But seriously, thank you very much, chat, for all the bits and the hype train. Thanks for the dollar. Doc Mel, Irish Stupid, thanks for the $4. Bonesaw, thanks for the dollar. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. One stream at a time. Recover wounded? Ha. Nothing happened to you and you're not wounded. Why are you getting recovered? You're not wounded. I mean, I guess. Recover the wounded. I guess we gotta pay those medical fees or something. This dwarf's just like hauling this dwarf to the like hospital, and he's like, "I'm not wounded though," and he's just like, "Well, we're gonna tell my boss that you're wounded so that I get my paycheck." Must be an insurance scam. Must be. Totally checks out. Irish Stupid, thanks for the 5-pack. 3 more subscriptions, or $11 in bits to level up the hype train one more time. Aquasar, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive and bringing it back for a 55th. A 55th month. Thank you. And Bonesaw, thanks for the $4.20. You guys have absolutely smashed the daily minimum. Like, you guys have obliterated it, so. And Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift. Forgotten Beast Ezra Xyrakonam has come. A towering one-eyed alligator. It has 3 long curly tails and a bloated body. Beware its poison stings. It's pretty far away from everything of note, so I'm just not going to worry about it much. And over here, I'm gonna go Magma Forge, Steel Anvil, and let's use Quartzite. Steel Anvil and Quartzite. Steel Anvil and Quartzite. Gonna do granite over here. I'm going to need to do a few more of these. You've been making archer turrets in the cavern layers and having a blast with the rework? No, me too. I mean, I was doing a very effective job defending it, but I just need to focus this fortress on the one task here. I just need to keep this focused on the task. And the task right now is we must fight hell. And furnaces, magma smelter. Anonymous, thank you for the 10-pack. Appreciate you, Anonymous. And also the $1, unemployed Shaku. It's a teamwork effort.
Giggity.
Deep
Devil
Sea
Dawn, thanks for
Fishing
$2.
Cheered. X500. Must retain my crown.
Must retain your crown. Who's retaining the crown? Oh, it's Deep Sea Fish and must retain your crown. Well, thank you. Is that like a bone crown or something else? I was again wondering why the game was running slowly, and then I just realized that like it's because it's paused, not currently running. As you can tell, I'm slightly distracted by things. Merlin Buff, thank you for a gift. Appreciate you greatly.
Unemployed Shaku cheered. X
But, sorry, changing scenes canceled that, unfortunately. All right, well, this is the highest type train we've had in recent memory. It's finished level 6 and it's into level 7 now. It needs 20 subscriptions or almost $100 in bits to level it up again.
Capnatic cheered. X500.
You don't like giving
I just
Beezy
love
money, but you do like giving blind money. If you don't want to give Jeff Bezos money, honestly, like or Amazon money, the best way to support me is just to go through the blog. Sparky, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. It's the biggest one you've witnessed before, Dig Dugo, really? I think the biggest one I saw was like in the 30s. I knew when the Pirate Software one was like in the level 100 or whatever that thing hit, and I just kind of went on with my day. Somebody mentioned that it was happening. I was like, ah, that's kind of crazy. Mebzuth. There's a ghost possessing people. Thanks for the 5 pennies, Necron. Doing your part with the leftovers while you're waiting on your credit card replacement. Don't worry about it, man. Needs 14 subscriptions to level up again. Yeah, unfortunately, it is literally impossible to support me on any platform without giving some terrible person money somehow. It's like it's Stripe if it's through my blog. It's Amazon if it's through Twitch. It's Google if it's through AdSense. Like, there's literally... It's like, pick your poison at a point. I try not to worry about it too much and just say use what's convenient. Unless you don't want to support me, in which case, don't. It's up to you. Keep rocking in the free world. Maybe don't do that, Denbis. Just for, like... It makes... Believe it or not, if you're getting cash mailed to you, it makes doing your business taxes really weird. I would actually kind of prefer people don't do that. I generally figure that people are joking when they say stuff like that, though, so. Was not on your 2025 bingo card? I mean, I've managed to go this long without really commenting on it. So I'll just say this. He'll still be around, streaming most likely in a couple of years, and he'll get through this unless he, like, stops or makes it worse for himself. I hope he has a therapist. That's about it. I hope he has a therapist. A really good one. Can we just mail you postcards with printed receipts on it of the money we sent through your blog? I mean, you don't have to print a receipt on it, but I'm in the process of getting a P.O. box. I actually have to go to the post office today to pick up a network card, so... Is no longer at the top position of the list of billionaires in the world that could improve the world by not being in it.
Yay.
I mean, they could improve it while being in it. Just, they need to do some major philanthropy. You know, anybody who thinks that we're way too close to a cyberpunk dystopia, Mr. Noobed in YouTube chat, doesn't realize that we're already living in a cyberpunk dystopia. We just don't have any of the cool bits. Like no flying cars and jetpacks and whatnot. Although we probably have those too. It's just they're just too expensive. Yeah, no, we already live in a cyberpunk dystopia. It's just a really boring one. Anyway, if you have to mail me something, I would honestly prefer you didn't. True story. Thank you very much for the hype train, chat. I have a emote called Puffer Pop now. I will never use that, but that's a funny little animation, and I'm glad that whoever Julie22 is got to make it. That's kind of cool. I mean, the best you can do is just simply vote for that to not cost you a subscription and move on with our lives. I already have to pay a subscription to not die, and it's because of, you know, medical companies, so... I would say that just enough regulation is still there that they can't fly them in places where they're obvious that they exist. Dig Dugo. It's genuinely funny to me in a way when people are just like, oh yeah, no, you need a subscription basis. It's like, I need a subscription for my pancreas already. It costs me about $600 a month. Oh, do you know who that is, Elfie? Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, they made that hype train emote that we just unlocked. I presume a creative streamer on Twitch. Don't be sorry. It's all good, Greg, and then some. It's just we already live in that reality for some people, I guess, is just the thing to remember. And nobody else should have to live in that reality. Just kobolds. Nothing too concerning, just kobolds. Yeah, didn't a bunch of pacemakers get end-of-lifed? I don't know. I don't want to talk about this, actually. Let's just try and... You know, it's kind of funny. For years, I've always been like yeah, we can talk about politics and world events streamer. That's always been kind of like something that I've worked with as a broadcaster. More recently, less so. And it's not that I don't want to talk about politics. It's just that I don't want to be grumpy. And politics are fine. I think it's stuff that needs to be discussed, and we can if it has to. But, like, if it's not necessary, then kind of, at least in the current mood of, let's not if we don't have to. I don't pay for Netflix, so no, I didn't. I haven't paid for Netflix in a while, actually. Actually, let's do this way. I will deconstruct all these. We breached hell yet? No, we're prepping to breach hell. In order to breach hell with any kind of level of effectiveness, you have to be slow and cautious. Okay, and then down here, this is still getting built. Magma smelter. Oops, nope, that's obsidian. Get those two placed. And I also want to go up here and do this. I'm just going to kind of build this stockpile for now. I might move it later, but it's going to be for... Ooh. Bars and blocks. Not those. Whoopsies. Bars and blocks. Not those. Well, those. And those. Not these. Those. Not these. Oh, actually, no, not these either. Just bars. And then... yeah, we'll just leave it as that for right now. Don't drink too much water. You can drown your internal organs, but do drink more water. Just don't drink too much. Should I ask Ilmirin? I haven't actually looked at the community succession for it. I see that the post is up. Yeah. So I guess I'm next then. On to bottle 3. Well, I mean, sure. If you're peeing that much from drinking too much water, that's the least of your concerns at that point. Also, this right here can have 5 wheelbarrows connected to it. Oh, I see what you mean. YOLO tick 1. Yeah, but that wasn't intentional, though. It just happened that way. I don't think that that's like a, you know, thing that it can really be blamed for. I mean, it's not wrong, though. Also, Shrek is stumbling around obliviously, by the way. I'm glad that this fort isn't hinging on whether or not Shrek is currently sane. Okay, so down in here, I can actually channel through a bit of this. Digging through hell, or digging into hell, I guess, safely, in a way where I can defeat it, takes a lot of prep. Is kind of, I guess, what I should be saying. Not like it just takes prep. Because that's kind of a given, but doing it safely takes a lot of prep. Although, actually, don't do this right now. Do that after. Just want to get this lava out of here. So this will get the lava out. In your brain, if if you've got a massive bar of open space and halfway between the floor and ceiling in the distance there's a glass tube, whereas the top is a dumping zone, people can watch mid-distance and whatever weird stuff is being thrown away today. I mean, that is kind of what I'm doing with my trash dump. Except it's not a glass tube, it's just open to the elements. Largely. So goblins are invading. I'm going to ignore them for the time being, but I'm also going to go down to maybe actually right here. Get rid of these walls. And I'm going to widen this out and just cover the entire opening here. And then this right here just needs to be blocked. Let's just go up and down this just to make sure that all of this is closed off. This needs to be closed off. So I should probably just go to this layer and just seal this all off. Like along here, along here. Just dig into that. And then cover this up with flooring probably. Will be the way to do this. Then, this area, all the way down here, this. This is the problem. Because that's my trash disposal. So I'm going to need a way to potentially block that. Well, Shrek's hasn't had a good time since he got here. I was kind of hoping he would recover faster, but he's never actually officially joined the fortress. Shortly after or alongside of Adventure Mode releasing, so like back in April, I think, was when that was added. Captain Haddock? Yeah, back in April sometime was when it was added. Okay, so let's go down to here. This is all open, which is what I need. This can be closed. This can be closed. And let's just go to Infort. And assign everybody to Infort. Let's also just jump down to here and check this, which is closed, which is good. Got some Grundles right there. Let's follow this dwarf as they go pull the lever. Thanks for the 2 bits. Bonesaw. I mean, chugging isn't good for you, so maybe don't do that, but... Let's also get some looming going. Actually, maybe not collecting webs. Just proper looming. These. You can start rendering fat. Start making some clothing again. Go back to extracting metal strands. I've got one dwarf who's resting, which leads me to believe that that's probably a ghost. Because they're not actually there. Actually, hold on a second. Who is that ghost? What's your last name, dwarf? Godin the Godalar. Huh. Just gonna let them engrave this dwarf. Because that doesn't seem... I don't think that dwarf should be listed there. I don't think there should be a dead dwarf listed as, you know, trying to rest in a hospital. That seems like a problem. Anyways, I'm gonna let the baddies into the fortress now. It's resting forever? Sure, but like I'll bet you that's causing some weird conflicts. Did you make your artifact? Yes. You made a perfect ruby. No, you made a shoe. Moreb made a shoe. Let me double check. Let me double check which one you made. Yeah, I think you made a shoe. You made you made Ost Astellost, which is a shoe that the queen is now wearing. Weaponsmith and a Forgotten Beast are fighting, although I think it's actually a Forgotten Beast fighting with a Grundle. Oh, no, actually it is a weapon. Here we go again, boys. I'm just going to... just move you down there for my own sanity's sake. And it jumps over. And what is this thing again? This is Etur. It's got a poison bite, thin wings of stretched skin, and a bloated body. It is a Dimetrodon. This dwarf is immediately shooting bolts. And bleeding and winded. Man, I can't catch a break with this fort, can I? I really, really can't. It's now bleeding pretty profusely, and winded and injured. The dwarves are all punching it. Bits of it are flying off of it. Hopefully it passes soon. Its guts are now hanging. And it has fallen after I lost 3 dwarves. Yeah, they really did viewers to make viewers. They really did. I'm also just going to deconstruct these for right now so that the dwarves can get to and from this way faster. Let's follow this siege. Was an angry snowman. There's a lot of there's been a lot of joke sprite mods over the years. Never seen an angry snowman specifically, but the SpongeBob one is the one that sticks in my head. Chat room, I have to say real quick, thank you for hitting us that daily minimum plus a third. So appreciate you guys. It means a lot, guys. Seriously. You died. Did I? Oh, no. I love that this dwarf got arrested and is ecstatic about it. It's just super duper 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 repentant. Same with this dwarf. It's like actually making them so much happier than being in prison. That will always be one of my favorite things, just like dwarves that are happier whilst in prison. It's like, well, they're repentant, so it's good. Admittedly, I did go out of my way to make sure that they had very high quality chains and stuff to tie them up, but repentant is the best mood they can get, though. Because usually they're like either dismayed, humiliated, or content is one that they can get sometimes, and sometimes they also get like a non-upset mood where it's like just kind of a middle of the ground thing. You're here. That's contributing, Tibbe. You don't have to make a new world if you lost your save. Oh, right, yeah, because your computer died, didn't it, Neezer? I mean, that is always a positive. There's always the new world. Well, I mean, I don't know. I went to a museum once that had a whole bunch of like old medieval ironworks in it. And a lot of that was just like giant chains. I would be pretty content staring at that chain for a good day and a half. Maybe not like the entirety of a prison sentence, but like, I'll admire that chain. You know, I've never disliked Alice in Chains when I've heard Alice in Chains. I don't think I could name an Alice in Chains song for you. You know, like I every now and again I'll be like, man, I like Alice in Chains, but like, couldn't tell you a single Alice in Chains song. Okay, I'm actually just going to go through my work orders real quick and get rid of a bunch of them. Because while there is a bunch of things that I do need to have happening constantly, I don't actually want all of these happening constantly anymore. Like this one, I just normal make bolt blocks is fine. I want these dwarves to be a bit more focused on other tasks. And the reason I'm canceling all these tasks is they'll just auto-assign the ones that are going to be continued. A Lamau indeed. Queens of the Stone Age actually is another band like that for me, where I couldn't name a single Queens of the Stone Age song, but I like Queens of the Stone Age. I actually really like seeing live performances of Queens of the Stone Age. Who the fuck is Alice in Chains? Alice. Who the fuck is Alice? For 24 years I've been living next door. That's all I got, really. Right now, though, we're just following M the Beak Dog. Queens of the Stone Age, and I've also never seen them referred to as Quetzal. In October, doing an acoustic set. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. I've always liked acoustic sets when I've seen them live. From bands that have the talent to do it, I suppose. And a lot of groups don't, so it's nice. It's nice to see it when it happens. I saw I'm trying to remember his name now. Bald guy. Looks like Mr. Clean from Vancouver. Devin Townsend doing an acoustic set. It was right after he released his... What's the name of that album? Empath? Which is like the most overproduced, like, power metal thing you could possibly get. And what's funny about that album is it's like tons of synth work on that album, right? Like the whole album basically is some variation of synth work. And so what he would do is before he'd play the song, he'd say, okay, so when I say this word and this word, crowd, you go do 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 do, or do this like melody, or do this melody, or do this melody. And he had like hand signals and things that he would do for us to do the sing-along parts. It was really funny and a great time. I would do that again. And then I left right after his set because I didn't want to see Avatar, who was right after them. Who was right after him. Yeah. It was basically like, imagine going to go see a power metal band, but like you're going to do the synth parts crowd. It was one of the most fun audience interaction sets I've ever done. Sup, Diamond? How are you? Day good. I haven't commented at all today, but the front-end loader back hasn't stopped breaking concrete all day, and it's I haven't committed arson yet, but I'm still considering it. I know somebody who went to that. 2 people actually who went to that. Catmatic. Although I will say, after that show was over and my friend sent me a bunch of videos of Ozzy, I went and looked at Woodstock 1969, Ozzy Osbourne performing. More just out of curiosity than anything. But went and looked at that. And you know, I always knew this, but I guess I didn't. Somehow I was just completely unaware of how much of a dork Ozzy Osbourne is, or is. Like, there's something about, especially his early shows, where it's like, I was bullied in high school. And that dude, when he was in his 20s, was a bigger dork than I was when I got bullied. Like, maybe that's why his music was so good, but like... Like, no shade thrown at Ozzy. Ozzy's fine, but like... It's kind of incredible to me just how much of a nerd that dude is. Like, he could have been a caricature in Big Bang Theory, practically. What are you doing down here? Guys, come on. Kiddo. What are you doing? You better run. I think you're going up this way, which is the way you're supposed to go to get out of here. I also have another ghost. Here comes the goblins. Do. Let's see, where are the rest of them actually? Okay, they're all pretty close. Except this beak dog seems to have gotten annoyingly far ahead of everybody else. We couldn't get tickets. You had friends from work that got tickets that aren't even big on Ozzy, but just had FOMO and wanted to hit them with my... You want to hit them with your car? Are you, like, local to where that show was happening? Because this is back to the beginning is what you're talking about, right? Yeah, I know 2 guys who are really big Slayer fans. And they flew to the UK for that show, which is crazy because as far as I knew, neither of them had passports until, like, 6 weeks before that show. Which is, like, nuts to me. Once in a lifetime event. Yeah, well, one of them, his wife just had a kid. And so he's about to be a stay-at-home dad for the next 15 years of his life because he just sold his business and his wife's a lawyer. And so he just sold his house and his business to, you know, move in with his wife and raise this kid. And so for him, it's like his last hurrah thing. We're in an ad break. I'm gonna go rinse out my coffee mug. I'll be right back.
Heal, damn it.
Toto? Yes. It's called a motor race, okay? We went to car racing.
NANI?!
Let me see if I can look up a photo from it. Although I will say that one of the funniest comments I got from them while they were at that show was from one. I asked, I was like, so how's Nathan, who's the guy that my friend was going with, how's he faring without weed? And he goes, very angrily. Was the response. Pie, thanks for the bit. Appreciate you. Just let me find this DM. Got to scroll up. Yeah, this was the only photo they sent me, actually. Can't confirm, grumpy all day. Yeah, but like, come on, you're seeing Ozzy Osbourne. Like, I've smoked weed twice since June started. Like, I haven't been smoking much recently. I would absolutely smoke if I was at Ozzy's last show. That is, like, non-negotiable. It's like going to the Grateful Dead's last show and not smoking. Like... Now I gotta pull this lever. I can go to this lever and pull this. Did you miss much? Well, I'm about to torch a bunch of goblins. We lost some more dwarves to another forgotten beast. Aside from that, no, not too much. It's mostly just slow constructions and plodding away. And these goblins invaded and are about to get turned into a campfire. But yeah, mostly just slow plodding away. You would just get hammered. I mean, hey. Although, the thing that I'll say about that show, from what I heard from them, is that apparently there was, like, you couldn't leave the venue. And they ran out of food around halfway through the day. So, like, there is part of me that's happy I couldn't really afford to go. Just purely because, like... That's dangerous, mate. So, you know. Any adamantine crafts? Not yet. We do have adamantine helms. We have adamantine shields and a few other adamantine odds and ends. But no crafts. Crafts are a very specific thing. So if you're just saying, have I made stuff out of adamantine? Yes. Have I made crafts specifically? No. Yeah, apparently one of them lined up for an hour and then found out that there was no food left by the time he got through the line, which is kind of fucked. Yeah, if you mean adamantine stuff in general, yes, we are making stuff out of adamantine. Yes, him and most everyone else who created the metal genre? Okay, but like, most metalheads are nerds, but they're nerds in the kind of way that like, you know, like the dude with the beer gut and the giant beard, like that's the dude, like the guy that looks like Hagrid is the guy that you expect to be into metal. And like, yeah, there are nerds that are into metal, but if you go watch specifically Woodstock 1969 Black Sabbath performing, it's like another level of nerd. Just because they look like hippies. Like, you know, they're dressed in full-on colorful hippie gear. And he's like clapping like this. Like he's almost on level as like an unironic like Nardwar. Wait, like it's a great performance, but like it's just very funny. I don't know. Drugs were built no, they weren't built different. People were just doing different drugs. No, it's not even that drugs were built differently. It's like the genre was still in its infancy. So like I saw a band recently, just a local band, right? And they all looked like they were in a different band and showed up for a different show. They were like a funk jam rock thing, and they were fun. But like one of them looked like he should be in a punk band. He had like a very beater looking trucker hat on, a punk band shirt, and then like cargo shorts. Their drummer looked like he just walked out of law school, like he was in a suit and had like perfectly slicked back hair. And then their bassist, I don't know, he looks like he just got off of a cruise ship. Not like the Village People at all, really. They didn't have that kind of like macho nonsense. But like, like old school Black Sabbath really has that vibe, except they look like they should be playing songs written by like I want to say Blue Oyster Cult, but that's not even like the direction that I'm going. Do you not know who Nardwar is, Deep Sea Fishing? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's just it's funny to me how much of a geek, how much of a like an adorable geek he was back then, and now he's like sitting on a fucking throne, unable to stand. Years ago when I was younger, me and my friend Ash had a bet going about who would live longer, between Ozzy Osbourne and Motorhead. Why am I blanking on his name now? I haven't had enough coffee today. Maybe I needed a second cup. Lenny! Yeah. I wanted to say Benny, but maybe I'm just like confusing it with somebody in my chat who used to use the B emoji for everything. I guess I won that because I was betting Ozzy. Stopped hanging out with that guy a long time ago, though. All right, well, the frame rate will get better when these guys all burn to death. We're extracting metal strands over here. Crafting them into wafers over here. How many wafers are we up to? 9. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yeah. No, one of my favorite things about seeing Maiden live actually is, well, the first time I saw Maiden live, they didn't do this after the first time. They only did this the first time I saw them. But the first time I saw Iron Maiden live, they had a live stream running that started when their plane was taxiing, and it ran from them getting out of the plane, getting into their limos in a police escort, driving to the venue, walking into the green room of the venue, and playing while the opener was playing. And they walked into the venue maybe, assuming it was live, I presume it was, like minutes before the opener ended. And then the live stream started up again when they were leaving, and they were back on their plane before I made it off of the floor. I would say I've lost the entirety of the population 4 or 5 times at this point. So yes, many dwarves have died here. Many. Many. Many dwarves have died here. I doubt it was Twitch, actually, but this was 27. It was the Book of Souls tour, so whatever year that was. This fort did have a bunch of experiments at the beginning. Why is there blood everywhere? Hold on. Hold on. Also, there's a ghost, but like, is there a goblin in my fort? That is the question. That was from the Forgotten Beast. Hmm. Hmm. I hope not. Keep an eye on the combat line. Why is there blood everywhere? Well, they came out of the dwarves that died here, okay? Where Dwarfo, more like. Less Waldo, more Dwarfo. Anyway, I need to re-listen to all of my Iron Maiden music. I like Iron Maiden a lot. I think that's kind of one of the reasons I'm totally okay with not going to something like Back to the Beginning. Purely because when it comes to classic metal or rock and roll or whatever you want to call it, new wave British heavy metal, my band has always been Maiden. That was the thing that got me into that kind of music. Like Ozzy, I discovered way later in my life, so. Well, thanks for hanging out, Zalvi. Hammerfall is what got you into metal? You know there's a video game called Hammerfall, completely unrelated to the band? Always throws me off. Because I never know what people are talking about. Hammerfall's fun. No complaints about Hammerfall. Burninate the gubbins. Yeah, they're single hearts. Isn't it Hammerfell? Not Hammerfall. In Tamriel? If there's a place called Hammerfall, then I stand corrected, but I always thought it was Hammerfell. With Accept and Maiden. You know, I like Accept. I've got nothing. I own some Accept music. I quite like Accept. I think they're fun. But is it wrong for me to have the take that Accept is just AC/DC with more balls? Specifically because they really like writing songs about balls, somehow more than AC/DC did? Oh, it is Hammerfell. I was right! Clothes are getting destroyed by magma, yes, YouTube chat. Same with bodies. But iron gear is not. Iron and steel gear does not get destroyed. Everything else gets melted and destroyed or burnt. Makes the cleanup a lot easier. Did your hammer felt that one? I mean, if you cover your hammer with felt, then it won't hit very hard, let me tell you. Wouldn't it be more of a hammer flung then? If that's the lore of why it's called that? Hammer fling? Well, because AC/DC has 2? And I can think of at least that I know of off the top of my head. And Accept has, like, practically a whole album that references either ball bearings, metal balls, cannonballs. I don't know. They're both fun, but... Whoa, 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 whoa. Why is this open again? This shouldn't be open again. Oh, man, did I open the wrong bridge? I think I opened the wrong bridge, chat. Dwarves, go back inside. Quit it. Well, that explains why randomly a bunch of dwarves died to a forgotten beast. It's because I opened the wrong drawbridge. Like the big dummy that I am. Also, the easy way to stop the dwarves from going into here is just go down to the bottom of this. And forbid everything in here. And then go up to here, and then claim everything right here. Toadster? What is this Toadster? Is that some Mario character? Like, as in, like, Princess Toad? You know, run a fort for as long as this one, and it's pretty hard to not make oopsies. All right, there we go. Explains a lot, though. Great. I've got your yellow diamond down here that is just burning away. I think this lava down here can be gotten rid of by doing this. And, we'll dump water in that. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever have an even remotely similar level of animosity towards Todd Howard as half the people who love the games that he's been involved in, so yeah. Is Todd the Fortress Bear still alive? No. I think he would have died of old age at this point anyway. I mean, Bobby Kotick died this year too. Sad times, yep. At least we still have Shrek. For now. For the time being. Shrek's pretty depressed, though. I wouldn't count on Shrek sticking around forever. But for the moment, yes, we do in fact still have Shrek. Shrek wishes he was dead. Oof, that's grim. This is my problem. Same with this. I think the way to do this is something like this. Put a door here, and then put a grate right here. You know, actually, down here, I don't need to do this. I figured out a solution. I figured out a solution. Just gonna put the jet back in. Yeah, for this, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a door there, put a roof on top of this, and then the door is just going to have a, what's it called? A grate right there, which I'll just connect to a pressure plate, which the dwarves will occasionally walk over. And we'll get the dwarves to trigger it periodically. That's what we're going to do with that. And now we just follow until all these goddamn construction jobs are done. Because I still need that to function. But I also desperately, and I do mean desperately, need this construction to stop. No, but I desperately need the trash bin to work, primarily. It's going to be a huge and ongoing concern. At least this will be done pretty quick. You know, also I'm thinking about this and going, I think this would actually get done quicker if I deconstruct these walls. Because then they can just walk around it. The other thing I can do here is I can turn off this burrow, because this is now closed again. Although the moods have gone up a lot. We no longer have 20 in, like, the orange face section, which is where we were previously. Let's also get that done. Getting this side finished first. Slow and steady. Killed the dwarf. Basically what I'm trying to do, if anybody's confused, is I'm trying to make this area safe so that when I breach hell, if the demonic underworld manages to get into the magma sea, they won't be able to access the fort cleanly. Like, they can still access the fort, potentially, they just won't be able to do it cleanly. I don't want them to have direct access to the fort at any point. I want them to be forced to go through the one entrance I'm going to give them. Because if they end up with access to the fort, then, well, there's a lot of bad things they can do to me very easily. That's currently what I'm trying to do. So, as always, like, you know, if you are confused or trying to follow along and don't know what I'm doing, feel free to ask questions and I'll do my damnedest to answer them. This fort is endgame enough, though, that answering questions is going to take a long time and not be a direct answer most of the time, so do keep that in mind. Not bad. Dobster. Good luck on the investments. Got 15 wafers. Let's make attabolts. Let's make 3. Just a few. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go adamantine mail shirt. as we slowly work our way through all of this. Good job on the wins, Dwarfs. Good jobs on the wins. Stonks indeed. We're in an ad break, but it's just this happening. If something exciting happens, I will pause. What's the best material for crossbows? It doesn't really matter. It's more the quality of crossbow that matters. Forgotten Beast Anna Obi has come. A feathered nematode. It has wings and it squirms and fidgets. Its feathers are long and broad. Beware its fire. It doesn't really matter anymore. It used to be silver, in my opinion, because it's the heaviest thing. So if they had to punch something for some reason, they have the lowest chance of dying. Oh, Jesus. Well, this thing has a way in from right there. So let's follow it. This is the greatest, is this thing's title. What a name. No known kills. Sure, but like, that's not really true to the question, right? Finite, hard to find items are not something I'm ever going to list in that statement. Neither, because it's not really relevant. But of course they're beneficial. Because, like, if somebody's asking me what's the best material for crossbows, and my response is adamantine, well, that kind of basically is me saying, fuck up your fort. It doesn't really matter, basically, in the current game, unless you have access to adamantine. Or something better. It's sharper. Dirty widget. Adamantine has the sharpest... Well, adamantine and the generated god metals have the highest sharpness value in the game. Wood crossbows, bone crossbows, crossbows. It's all crossbows. Floor grates. What is this thing again? It's a nematode. I really want to just tell my squads to go fight it. And just not work. Actually, you know, fuck it. I'm just going to do it that way. Let's just go fight it. Set this. Set this. Open this. Because it's going to get in, and I need to lock this. I need to seal this off. And this off, actually. So basically, I need to go here. I need to do that. And I need to do that. Wish us luck, chat. Here it comes. With rock bone crossbows? Oh, that's pretty cool. I like to imagine that the design of those crossbows included wings. Oh, come on. Fuck yeah. Is it going up? I hate this creature, chat. Bolts are flying. Icy blue is on fire. More like icy red. Good news is actually I can just go up to here, get them to pull this. Rove beetles on fire. And the creature's dead. I need to get those 2 buildings constructed. Can't catch a break, chat. Just can't. I think it was 2 that burnt. I think it was 2. I wasn't looking at the population when it came in. Good news is, from what I can tell, it was only 2. This is what I need done, though. I need these 2 dealt with. Two seconds. I just had to go close the windows. I'm tired of hearing the thunk, 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 thunk that this machinery is making. That's 1. This being done will be 2. Then it'll just be a matter of locking the dwarves inside again. Does this place have an entrance to the circus? No. Very close to the entrance to the circus, but we do not have a direct entrance to the circus. We are very close to it, though. Oh, there you go. I'm like maybe 2 or 3 layers above it. I've just been trying to isolate the rest of the fortress before opening it so that we can actually get the proper first rush. And also, I'm trying to get the population back up because it's been like 4 streams now of not being able to get above 100 population. Shit just keeps happening. So I'm trying to like isolate and make the fort safer. And turns out that's not easy to do. So it's a process. Does Hippo live? I don't care. I'll check, though. Sorry, I'm just kind of mad. Give me, like, 2 minutes. I'm just kind of salty about that last one. Dude, yeah. Diamonds. Yeah. As in the show? Pestle? Because no, I've never watched The Wire. This fortress had 280 dwarves. YouTube chat? At one point? 230 something dwarves at one point. But it's been below 100 for the last week and a half, so. Or roughly at 100 for the last week and a half. Partially because the frame rate was terrible, so I let some really bad sieges go really bad in the, like, oh, this maybe will help the frame rate kind of way. And it kind of did eventually help. But, like, you know. All right, let's go here. Hippo is what you want me to look up. Hippo does, in fact, live. Hippo is sacred gold. Desperately wants martial training, but I'm not going to give it to him. And is a woodworker. He's currently planting some seeds. Hippo does, in fact, live. Was some hot garbage? Uh-huh. Just waiting for this dwarf to get inside. Boyer's been taken by a Fey mood. When this dwarf hits the pants, I will pull this lever. The main reason that dwarf has survived so long is they're primarily a farmer. Turns out being a farmer is a pretty safe way to live in this fort. Okay. Legendary crossbow? Probably. It could also be a bow or a blowgun. But a crossbow is a possibility. All right. Back at it. Bastet is haunting the fortress. I thought I memorialized this. Oh, maybe I memorialized the wrong one a second time. I think I did. I'm also going to do this. And just stop putting finished goods into here, even though I've been doing that for a while. I'm just going to stop doing it. Too many hauling tasks currently. Now this is a problem that I should have thought of and addressed earlier, but I need to forbid this. So that I can go down to here. Well, actually, I'm just going to go right here. And just go this. Pressure plate. And just say creatures trigger, citizens trigger. Creatures trigger, citizens trigger. Go here. Let's just do some tree logs. Those will both be connected to that pressure plate. Yeah. DF hack will let you cheat, but knowing exactly what exists in your embark before you embark is a cheat, basically. But there is a DF hack command if you care that much. I think knowing exactly what's in the location before you embark is kind of defeating some of the discovery of Dwarf Fortress, but if you want to do that, the command is prospect. But you have to embark in the location and look. In fact, like, one of my least favorite changes from Premium, actually, is something that people just used to do in DFAC all the time, so... My least favorite change in Premium is that, the game, tells you what kind of metals are on the embark when you embark there now. That was not in the game before it came out on Steam. That was a Steam-specific change that was made. And I don't like that change. It won't give coal? I thought it gives... Okay. Well, then I guess you'd have to do a reveal all. Anyway, yeah, no, that's cheating, basically. I didn't know that, and I miss it. It used to just say some metals, or shallow metals, or deep metals. So you knew that there was metal there, you just didn't know what it was. So one of the most common annoying complaints about Dwarf Fortress, which I genuinely think it was one of the best features it had at the time, was the game is unplayable. I have to use DF hack to know exactly which maps have all of the metals I want specifically. And it's like, okay, so now everybody has to play with this feature. It just sucked. It just sucked. And I still feel that way. But, you know, can't have it all. Let's just move on with the non-DF hack discussions. It's a DF hack command if people wish to pursue more. Please DM Moreb. Moreb, we can move along. No, I know. I know. If I seem irritated, I have a really bad headache. by the way. When I stood up the last time, I just went and took a Tylenol. I am not gonna lie. For maybe the first time in my life, I've actually considered renting a space at a co-working location just so I don't need to listen to this construction anymore. But, like, it's not really viable, nor in the budget, nor a logical thing to do, because I don't even know how much longer this construction is going to keep going for, but hanging in there. Like, this sucks. Well, it's not, so you win. Dig Dugo. The elves are here to trade. I just kind of want to finish constructing. So I can do this as well. Seal all this off. Actually, why don't I just do it right here? It's all good, Tibbe. It's all good. Surviving here. It is the reason I haven't put any videos out recently, even though I really should be. It's because when I'm done streaming, I just don't, I'm good. My head's been hurting too much recently. It wouldn't be bad if I could just close my window. Aw, man. Should also put one here, I guess. Well, no, they are triggering it. So let's see, is this working? Yep, it's working. It's opening and closing periodically. So that's exactly what we need. Watch a dwarf, like, lock themselves in there and then drop themselves down the lava chute. That's not how employment works, Tibbe. We've been over this. Doesn't matter. Please don't make me have the same conversation I had yesterday. All right. Just gonna get all this dumped right here. Just getting it to make a vet, though. Yeah, it's useful to have. I still say pick and choose how you use it. Yeah, they're really nice. They're really nice to open closed sprites for gate grates. I kind of wish there was a closed sprite for retracting bridges, but we'll get there one day, I'm sure. I don't know why this is still considered to be heated. Because there hasn't been lava in here for, like, a very long time. Kind of doesn't make much sense, actually. Okay, so all this over here is done. This is another thing I gotta work on, speaking of bridges. These are all gonna get deconstructed sooner than later, though. Actually, I can just alternate. So these are all going to get constructed and then deconstructed, and the idea here is to just simply be able to smooth and polish all of these areas along here so that when I have the mark dwarves set up, they can shoot. I guess so. I think it's because the game thinks there's lava there. That's my assumption, anyway. But it is a little odd that the game still thinks that those rocks are heated, when they're very clearly not. What were you on hold today for, Elfie? The only difference when it comes to crossbows, Dan Merkel, is weight. That's basically it. It's basically it. Also, I think you're very far behind in the stream. Unless you just heard me say that. Because we haven't talked about that in a long time. Oh, you just popped in? Okay. Because like, it's been a while since we talked about that. But oopsies, that's not what I want to remove you from. I want to keep you on surgeons. But I want to remove you from mining. Outpost liaison continues to visit, and we continue to dig. And also up here, this slowly continues to get built out. Strange Mood up here is working furiously, has everything that they need, which is a bunch of wood, some gold, microcline gizzard stones, horseful bone. Ah, makes sense, Elfie. I don't have any spare dwarves, so tell me what you want, specifically. Do you have beard preference, Elfie? Oh wow, I do actually have a singular surgeon. She seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and is given to flights of fancy. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She generally is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Generally is confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she has a sense of duty. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this because since she values friendship. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's trying to remember something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of bathing the world in chaos, personally believes war is preferable to peace in general, and finds blind honesty foolish. Also, her last name is Freckle Lantern, which is really funny considering she dreams of bathing the world in chaos with such a funny name. She likes steel, gold, opal, giant honey badger leather. Well, that's why you want to bathe the world in chaos. Muskox horn and crimson, the color crimson, and warhammers, crowns, goblets, and whale sharks. for their gentle nature. And the sound of the velvety instances of impossible prefers to consume flounder, dwarven cheese, banana beer, and absolutely hates worms. I feel like I should actually put that dwarf into the military, but everybody will end up in the military at some point, so... Vabok the Boyer has created Tastrodotum, a jagged tower crap crossbow, and claims it as a family heirloom. Can I make you equip it? I wonder. Yeah, I can. This is a jagged tower cap crossbow. It is encrusted with rectangular native gold cabochons and decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of spore tree and octagon cut yellow zircons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and luminite and menaces with spikes of sheep's wool and microcline and horsebone. On the item is an image of a single cut gem and basalt. Well, there you go. You're excited for tomorrow's stream with the Succession Fort? I'm curious to see how it goes. I'm looking forward to reading the story. I'm not at all caught up, so... You want to have tamed giant snakes? You, should look towards crocodiles, redeemed dark. Because crocodiles lay bundles of like 50 eggs, and it's ridiculous how many of them you can actually get. Okay, let's go down into here. And dig out this. No one can eat 50 hard-boiled eggs in one sitting. I've eaten 50 hard-boiled eggs. More than that, even, this year. I like how me and Necrontier were on exactly the same page with that statement. I've eaten at least 50 eggs this year. I don't know what you're talking about. Although I've been eating quail eggs this week because they were on sale. So, you know. Which feels like unnecessarily fancy, but... Maybe you need to just jump into it. What, Dwarf Fortress? Redeemer of Dark? Or just, like, the Taming of Snakes? Because when it comes to Dwarf Fortress, yeah, just jump in. The worst thing that happens is you hit your foot and fall. Does your fort have a roof, or is it open to the sky in the center? The center of the surface of the fort is open to the sky, yes. Confirmed you got lucky. Well done. Thumbs up. You've completed your luckiness. You're just like that one song that was written by that French group that looks like robots, Daft Punk. Something, something, something good fun, something, something lucky. Definitely the lyrics of that song. And then down in here, let's see how this is all going. Let's channel through that. Channel through all this. Channel through that if I can, which I can't, so I won't. They're super cheap and broke lately, so you played the free version first? Oh, fair enough. I will say Dwarf Fortress is a very solid value for your money if you can get into the free version, but the free version does have a higher barrier to entry. Not gonna lie. Get Lucky is maybe my least favorite Daft Punk song. I don't really like that song very much. I heard it way too much when it came out. Oh, I used to have a person in my chat who would like scream at me all caps whenever I'd say that. I don't like that album. It's a bit too disco-y for me. I like Discovery a whole lot. But I could live without that album and be okay. And without thinking of the Lucky Charms mascot? Okay, I don't have that problem, but... Yay! The population continueth to rise. Hopefully we get up to like 120. We check for heat. We check the stone for heat. What devilry is this? What was that? Ah. We're safe, thankfully. To 115, 14? 114. 15. Yay. Gotta have that number continue going up. You're a homework kind of guy? That's also a good album. It's just that last album. Just didn't like it. But yeah, as far as Dwarf Fortress's pricing goes, I think Dwarf Fortress is extraordinarily fair for the value that you can get out of it. It's a much better value than a lot of indie games on the market. Did I just dig through something, or... Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Where? Oh, okay. This is a Ceratops demon, which is a eyeless Ceratops. It has a curling trunk and it undulates. Beware its poison bite. Because it doesn't have a projectile, it's safe to just tell my soldiers to go stand here. Actually, I'll tell them to stand up here. Oopsies, not there. There. And if they see it, they'll start shooting at it. That or actually what I could do as well is I could tell them to stand back here and then channel down into it, but this is probably... Actually, let's tell them to stand over here and smooth this. Smooth and fortify this side and tell them to stand over here because it's more likely they'll see it from this angle. Also, 123 Dwarf is a good number to be at. You'll love to see it. I was very confused when this thing first appeared on the map, actually, because I was like, wait, what? Where are you? Also, I got the gremlin down here. Is that a forgotten beast? This is a brute, or a demon. This is a underworld creature. If you actually look at the thing over here and you type in underworld, it's got its own classification. They're the thing that you find down below. Like in, you know how in Moria they dug too deeply and greedily and found horrors beyond all comprehension? Well, this is Dwarf Fortress's equivalent. And if you make it all the way to the deepest points, you find the greatest horrors beyond all comprehension, which we haven't made it to just yet, but is probably, I don't know, maybe a half dozen layers further down. Most likely around here, but not too much further. Balrog, but ickier? Well, it's a Balrog, but there's more of them, probably. There's only one Balrog. Thankfully, we've got crossbows. And it's thick, so it can't get through the holes that I'm putting in the walls. That was fast. One singular bolt. I didn't even see who fired it. It was literally Uvesh who fired it. The iron bolt strikes the Ceratops demon in the head, tearing the muscle and chipping the skull and tearing the brain. Just pop! It was literally just this dwarf. It was just like, poink. Snap, done, dead. That was the dwarf screaming, "You shall not pass." Speaking of, we now shall work on this. The boss sends his regards, pretty much, yeah. We checked for stone. What devilry is heat? Nothing bad. Okay. Cool. The actual plan here is to just get the defensive structure ready so that I can be a lot less cautious with my digging. Because right now I'm being very cautious with the digging. And once all of this is set up and ready to go, I don't need to be particularly cautious. I can just go. And I want to hit that point. Because at that point I can just be like, well, we're good enough. We can fight. We're getting there. Pretty rapidly, actually. Also, speaking of, I don't have a drawbridge here, which I should have. Which probably should be hooked up to the same as this. The brain injury it could have recovered from. I mean, doubtful, actually, maybe, I would say. Also, why are you saying, aw, it was a demon that was trying to horribly murder me? Whose side are you dwarfing for? Come on, man. I tend to recommend people stop when their frame rate gets low enough that they're annoyed by it. Redeemed Dark in YouTube chat. The question was, what population cap do people tend to stop in Dwarf Fortress? Every couple versions of the game runs a little better, and you could theoretically push it higher. Stop allowing dwarves when it starts to get laggy. And just realize that you can change the different requirements for different events that are population locked, purely based on to any numbers you want. So if you want to make sure that you're getting the full experience of Dwarf Fortress, but also don't have the computer to do so, then you can very easily just lower the numbers a little bit. You dwarf for the demons, and the demons have no butcherable tongues. I don't understand this sentence. What? I don't get it. What do you mean by no butcherable tongues? What's considered a small fortress? I don't know. Chat, what's a small fortress population? I like the... In version 47, which was the last one before Premium came out, I never really imagined running a fortress with more than 170 dwarves, because the game ran so slowly at 170 dwarves, it was virtually impossible to get more than that. Now, if you have a well-run fort that doesn't have any major obstructions to the fort's speed, you can easily have like 300, 400, 500 even dwarves. It varies wildly. I've had people complain that they can't keep a fort running with more than 500 dwarves. I've had people say that they're totally happy with 40. It's world's your oyster. Some people like massive numbers and are okay with slower frames. Some people prefer lower numbers for higher frames. Everybody does it their own way. Like, I think a lot of people like to pretend that Dwarf Fortress has a meta because that's a very standard video game terminology thing. I think they're finally done with the construction for the day, chat. Although I may have just jinxed it and it's might just start up again in 2 minutes. But like, the numbers that I've seen vary so wildly that I honestly don't think it's really fair to say that Dwarf Fortress has any kind of real meta, because it really doesn't. Watch me find something evil right here. Nope, just water. Well, that's fine. Actually, this makes my life a lot easier. I can just dig through this now. Shrimp. Shrimp. Except for maybe this. You tend to keep your population around 50 until you have shit set up. I do that sometimes too. If I want to do a more sandboxy fort, often what I'll do is I will lock the population down to, like, I don't know, between 50 and 90, and till I'm done with all the construction stuff I want to do. And then when I'm done with all the construction stuff or satisfied with all the construction stuff I want to do, then I increase the population. Just kind of realized I've screwed this up a wee bit. This should be one further out. Also, that's flooring and not this. Although actually, I don't need these walls in here. What am I doing? The only area I need to wall off is this. Okay, all of this is getting smooth. Let's queue more of it up. So we're getting there, one piece at a time, slowly. Suddenly need 50 more bedrooms. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind the rush for bedrooms because I don't consider it to be that big of a deal. But like, I do get why people get stressed out because of it. I don't know what the question is. You're going to need to be more specific. Bootlegger. You know what's hilarious is when people call surface dwellers or dwarves that live on the surface heathens. Because I'll have you know that the backbone of every dwarven society requires surface forts. Specifically, every single dwarven hillox is a surface fort. So all of these surface forts. I realize those are taken over by goblins. I'm just looking for hillixes on the overworld. This is a very old map, so a lot of the dwarven locations are dead, but basically every single hillix on the overworld like that's a surface fortress. This was a surface fortress. All of these are surface fortresses. Surface populations are more common than underground populations in dwarven society within this game. So the only heathen is you because you don't know how dwarven society actually functions. Heathen. Same with amber and coral. Great corpse. I actually got a bunch of questions about Tarn adding amber and coral and pearls and for the last interview, and I just kind of didn't bother. It's like, it's just another one of those questions that comes up constantly, and it's like, there's bigger problems with the game that need to be worked on that are not that. Explain the maze formation defenses, please. It's where Demon's gonna go turn into Pincushion. Then we could make electricity. Well, the game already has uranium and we can't make nuclear bombs, so I'm not entirely certain that that's how that works. We also have citrus and clay and copper. We can't make batteries, so... What's up, Marcelo? So, okay, can I just say that this is the understatement of my life that I just saw in the YouTube chat? This was Rob. And they say, there are definitely several examples of successful surface forts. You mean this one? This is a surface fort. I haven't done any underground farming this entire fortress. Like, not once. This is a surface fort, mate. Pearl ash is not made from pearls, no. Also, I just realized I kind of screwed this up. This should be over here, not on the other side. You haven't been paying the greatest attention? You're making it sound like above ground forts are very difficult to build. They're not. Is basically my issue here. They're not. That's one of the main ways I play. It's just a bit slower constructing stuff above ground than it is below ground. That's really the only difference. I'm just trying to not limit people's knowledge of how this game works. Okay, so you go right here. Just 4. And what is possible? Okay. Let's do that, that. And that. The worst that can happen is... Actually, I would say Bronze Colossus is maybe the worst that could happen, in my opinion, but Titans can be pretty bad. I'd say about 60% of the forts I build are surface forts. Maybe higher, even. It's not. If actually being above ground is easier because you don't even need to farm. You literally just need to do this. Make a gather fruit zone, click yes, and then just click this button if you don't want to deal with step ladders. And that could feed my entire fortress. So, I mean, I'm using above ground farming because I know how the farming systems work, but like, trust me, it's not harder. You just have more different kinds of plants to manage, that's it. I see, unlike Pirate Software, I have experience in the streaming industry. Led TC. I've been doing this for a long time. And also, I've definitely had eras of my life where I was an angry little shit, too, so we've all had our moments. And I'm far from perfect. And thankfully, I'm just explaining mechanics in a video game and not like, you know, trying to teach people how to use software or program. And I do know what I'm doing in this game, generally. You can't import stuff from the dwarves, though. You have to be talking with other factions. Can't speak from personal experience. Once again, that's why I say I also say that I think in some ways making a primarily or partially above ground fortress is easier. Like the building can be a little bit more tedious, in some cases. But building above ground, in my opinion, is actually easier. Just like settling on an aquifer or on a light aquifer is easier. Because if you settle and have an area that's partially above ground, your dwarves won't get cave adapted. And cave adaptation is really annoying to deal with if you don't know what you're doing. Just my take, I don't know. But I do personally find that like not having to deal with cave adaptation is a huge benefit. I mean, I'll tell you this. If I didn't have to bring up pirate software constantly, it would be nice. But a year and a half or 2 years ago, it was not even 2 years ago, like maybe a year ago. It was somebody mentioning, oh, Pirate Software made a short about that, talking about how much they loved Pirate Software. And now it's just people like snidely making fun of him. And all I have to say is, I don't know, the guy raided me once before he was super famous. That's kind of all I really have to say about him. He's fine. He's fine. I mean, these days he's easy to hate, but hopefully he has a good therapist. That's my only real take. Although, shoutouts to Ross Scott. That's all I have to say. Why has the person become a lolcow? I don't... Lolcow's such a funny term. He's a game developer, programmer, YouTuber who well, I guess streamer more so than YouTuber, who got big through YouTube Shorts going viral, like crazy fucking viral. His dad was one of the founding members at Blizzard, and he would brag constantly that he worked at Blizzard. And then he had a few kind of controversial moments, as large channels tend to, where he basically rage quit games and pissed off other streamers, so people started kind of making fun of him over that. And then more recently, he started making fun of or very rudely making fun of a thing called Stop Killing Games, which is a European initiative to basically try and restrict the closure of how games with online components shut down. Basically trying to change the laws so it's harder for companies like Ubisoft to just take away games that you've purchased. Generally a consumer rights advocacy thing that is for the best. If you care at all about keeping things that you've purchased, that is. And he basically just tore a new one and was extremely rude, kind of for no reason, to the guy who created it and the whole initiative. All the while he was misinterpreting the whole thing, and people were kind of poking fun at him for a while over being a bit of a easy to spark rage case in multiplayer games. And then the guy Ross Scott, who started Stop Killing Games, put out a video basically explaining every single which way he misrepresented the initiative, because he made a video that got millions of views and was a large portion of the reason why the initiative wasn't doing so well. And then every single drama tuber on planet Earth covered it because he was already kind of a fun character to dislike. And since then, programmers have been digging into his code and his work history, and it's not fabricated, but it's like he dresses it up a lot. I'm being generous. I don't know, drama. Basically, guy was a dick to consumer advocacy movements, and consumers don't like that very much, it turns out. And now people are poking fun at him for it, and will for literally the rest of his career. No, I'm well aware of why. I'm just giving the very, very, very surface level explanation. Moreb. That was my TLDR on Pirate Software. At the end of the day, I don't care if he exists too much. He can be an indie game developer, streamer that people need to inspire people to be creative. That's okay. I think what he was trying to do is generally in the right place, but the guy's kind of an asshole in a lot of ways. And like he uses a voice changer to make his voice sound super deep, which is just kind of funny. I don't know. He's just kind of I've been around this industry long enough to have seen like maybe a dozen of those at this point where it's like, oh, well, yeah, of course. Like it's, if you act like you know everything and act like a guru, people will listen to you. That's how this industry kind of works to a degree. And so for me personally, it's just kind of a, yeah, I've seen this before. It'll happen again. And I hope he has a good therapist. Because he's just kind of a dick. I don't think he's actually a bad person. From what I can tell, I could be wrong. The voice changer thing is really funny. Like, I will openly make fun of him for that. That is just really funny. But everything else is just kind of a... You know, he misrepresented a consumer advocacy movement, which he shouldn't do. And he should own up to that. Not from smoking and whiskey. Like... Let's go find some footage of him talking before he started streaming, or before he was a super big streamer. It's the voice changer thing I think is funny because like his audio's always bugged me. It's like always sounded off to me and I could never quite place why. And I figured he was just like cranking the bass up on his audio or something. But no, it's definitely a voice changer. Anyway, I think, like, the reality is this. One, stop killing games may or may not be successful. But it would be a benefit to everybody who likes video games if it is. They've got a ton of signatures, and here's hoping it succeeds. And if you live in Europe and you haven't signed it yet, you can, so you should. However, when it comes to the good old-fashioned pirate, just remember this. An industry based on popularity and clout is always going to be filled with sharks. No matter how much time I spend in this industry, I will always, every other year, if not more, somebody is going to turn out to be a shark. Somebody's going to just be in it for the money and not care about any morals and will do or say whatever they need to do and say to become famous and make as much money as possible. This individual has a high enough view count that he makes more money in a stream than I do in a month. Probably more than that. And at his peak, dude had the highest hype train of all time on Twitch. Which means he probably made more on that one hype train than I have in my entire career. He's fine. You need to remember that there's a certain level of narcissism that people develop when they get that level of fame and notoriety. There's kind of no way around it, really. It's just going to happen. So just be a little bit wary when you see somebody going on and on and on and on and on about the level of knowledge and experience that they have. Because they are only benefited by saying that that is there. Lion let the fame get to his head, chat. Yeah, me and my fame. I mean, here's the thing, right? What's this chamber for, Alex? This is for demons when they come out of hell. If I ever end up a fraction of the level of fame that that dude has, if I ever start saying shit and going nuts or crashing out, as the kids say, in the same fashion that that dude is, I hope that people call me out for it so that I can own up to it and apologize. Because that's the only logical way forward, is to just say, oops, sorry, and then stop doubling down. It's the only way out. And, you know, I've fucked up and said the wrong thing before. Many people have. Many people will. It's called being a decent human being. It's very difficult for some people. My voice? Yes, now I'm down here. You know, man, I should get a voice changer that's just, like, scripted to make my voice go deeper every 100 viewers. That would actually be a really funny bit. Yeah! That would actually be a really funny bit. It's like it makes my voice go a little bit higher pitched when I go below 100 viewers, and then when it goes below 50, I turn into Alvin and the Chipmunks. I just like revert to the age of 12. No. Then it would encourage people to tune out. It's like, quick, everybody leaves so that his voice goes up. It's like, no. I don't know. I know I'm a little bit narcissistic because I do this for a living, right? I think you have to be a little bit narcissistic to think that people are interested in watching you. I think it's kind of part of the job description to a degree. But I hope that I'm one of the good ones. I had a corpse voice during the DF launch. Oh, you mean like what's his name? Corpse husband or whatever? That dude. That's a person I've only ever heard of and never actually watched. I mean, I listen to my own voice all the time. Every single second I'm speaking into this microphone, it's piping through my ears, so I know I'm not peaking my microphone. And I know that my audio is good. And I also hated it at one point, but believe it or not, you kind of get used to it after hearing it for so long. What are you even looking at? A multi-layer room with battlements all the way around with the idea of corralling demons into it for the purpose of dispensing bolts into them and turning them into from demons into demonic pincushions. That's what you're looking at. And I realize that it looks like a mess, but I gotta finish it. Okay, this can get deconstructed, this can get deconstructed, and so can this. This can once that's done. Well, it's good to see you, Darren, regardless. I've been doing this for, well, one, there's no delay, Ojito, so it's not hard to not get confused. And two, I've been doing this since 2013. Although actually, I don't think I had a mic set up like this back then, so I didn't hear my own audio back then. I think I've probably been listening to myself in my head like 8 to 10 hours a day, at least for at least 10 or 11 years now. My incredible skills, I guess. Like, I've been making content for a really long time. It's the one true bragging right that I have, is I've been doing this content thing since before it was even considered an industry. I mean, it kind of was. It just is way more recognized as an industry now. Say some unhinged baloney and then just go back and mute and go back to work. I mean, hey, clockwork. As long as it's not me saying the unhinged baloney. I mean, even if it is, what's the worst I could possibly be saying? Look at this dwarf. Adamantine mail shirt, adamantine helm, adamantine shield. Making progress. Like your current bullshit head. So it's out of avocados or Kinder Surprise eggs. They come with a wooden ball. Then, okay, sure. Shower thoughts be like. Hey, later, Ren. You're here just in time to feel old. Wait, the length of time that I've been streaming makes you feel old? Or them saying that they were in 6th grade when I started makes you feel old? The one time recently that I truly felt old was when was the fact that in 2019 I went to a metal festival with my friend Kevin in Edmonton, and we had to chaperone his niece and his nephew, who were like 10 and 11, or like it was like 12 or like 11 and 13 or something. They were kids, right? They both graduated high school and one of them's married. Like that's fucked with my head. Anyway, how's the favorite clay slinger doing? Adamantine coins are the best flex. It's a flex, all right. Are between 10 and 2. Well, in 5 years they'll be between 15 and 7. I almost said 6, and I was like, nope, that's 7. There we go. Can get rid of Dewsim's ghost. Oh, actually, let's just do this. Let's do Gabriel blocks and then floors. That'll be fine. Knocking these down. Can now knock that down and knock that down. All those up there are gone. So the only thing I need to do for this to be fully functional now is I need these last pieces to be deconstructed, and I need fortifications all the way around here. And then in theory, this is functional. All I would need to do after that, for it to be completely done, is make it look pretty and get some bolts into here. Basically move most of my bolt stockpiles down into here, which I can do now, or should be able to do now. Oh, actually, why am I doing this? I could just make fortifications. Save the fortifying time. Oh, also I'm screwing this up. And let's do this. I'm just going to go into here and do this. Because these corners may cancel unless I do it that way. Then I'm just going to go up to here and do this. Right there. I think that's a ghost being put away. And then let's do that. Put another series of bridges into this. Ghost was put to rest. Some kobold is here to steal my stuff. All of this needs to get done. All of this needs to get done. Why is the I not capitalized? Because people used to call it an L, and I was getting tired of getting called Blindil, and then I decapitalized it, and I haven't really thought about it since, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. My username's kind of bad. It's old. It's older than this stream. That is part of it, but enough people were mistyping it that I just kind of said, well, that is the clearest I could possibly make it. Because the Twitch font, at least the default font for Twitch, a capital I is 100% identical to a lowercase l. So that was the original reasoning behind it. I mean, I existed before the IRL directory and Rocket League. And some people still think that it means I'm an IRL streamer, and every now and again someone asks me if I'm a Rocket League streamer. I don't know. I kind of just call myself Greg and hope the people just call me Greg at this point. Like, I used to be particular about that shit, but not these days. Not so much. Then the last things I need to do, I guess, would be to put a little square right there. Little square right there. And a little square right here. That's why a lot of people used to make barcode usernames back when, so there was a point in Twitch chat where you couldn't ban people by typing in /username and there was no ban button next to people's usernames. So people that would frequently troll and didn't want to get banned would just make their name a bunch of uppercase and lowercase i's. So you basically just had to copy paste their username to ban them. Barcode usernames used to be quite common on Twitch. Now you can just click the name and ban them, so that it's a bit easier. But that sort of stuff used to be a lot more common on Twitch. Partially because of the old font, or because of how the font works. But sometimes, yeah. Okay, this up here can get cut through. I kind of want to go through and give this cool colored flooring. I think I'm going to do that. Let's also see how down here is doing. It's a little low. Should be able to dig out this. Should be able to dig out that. This should also be safe. Over here can get zapped. A few of these can get zapped, actually. The skull-themed logo, since we're talking about branding. Have you ever heard of this video game called Roller Coaster Tycoon? Well, it was the first game that I ever really had any success streaming. Way back in the day, the affiliate program didn't exist. And when the affiliate program finally became a thing, you only got one emote as an affiliate. And we talked with chat back and forth for a really long time, and we decided on the drawn version of the skeleton from Mr. Bones' Wild Ride, because it suited the stream at the time, and it stuck. Goblins arrived and immediately left. So we just rolled with it and kept it. And I kind of like it. I don't know. I'm skinny. Suits me. At least I think it suits me. Also, I lied, by the way. The construction, in fact, is not done today. It just started up again. Like, if you go to my YouTube channel and search by old, I think most of the stuff on the channel is, like, Roller Coaster Tycoon, mostly. All right, dwarves, get back to work. Got a couple dwarves that need to go get new chest plates. I don't even think they loosed a bolt at one of them. Pulled the bones out of people, their 3D avatars at least, while you're working in Blender. Right? I was gonna say, I've done that in Mortal Kombat, but I don't think that's what we're talking about. Just kind of checking for openings. All right. Oh, I see the problem here. That's the issue. Get that most of the way done. Go down to here. Get this done. Okay. Most of that's done. I'm sure there's probably another spot that I'm missing, but like down in here, probably. Or like at the bottom of this. So I do have to be a little bit cautious while it's going down, so I don't let demons out. Also, I think somebody burned to death over there. Because I think I had 2 more population. Wolf got reelected. Your eye fell off? What? You know, chat, I am slightly tempted now to like try and figure out a way to have a voice changer that makes my voice get deeper for like during hype trains or something. Like that would be painfully obnoxious, but like that's rattling around in my brain still. Ever since we were talking about that earlier. I have no idea how the fuck I would set that up, but like, I'm sure there's a way. You'll fund it? It's like the higher level of the hype train it goes, the deeper my voice gets. We were talking about this earlier just because we were talking about pirate software and in YouTube, I think it was YouTube chat that mentioned, like, I think his voice, guys, I think his voice just went, or no, it was Twitch chat. It just said his voice got a little deeper when he had 170 viewers. I was just like, yo, like, what if though? You have a friend who uses some voice mod thing? Oh, I'm sure. It's not something I've ever looked at, but I believe that there's probably thousands of solutions for that exact thing. It's a very commonly used thing in this industry. Let's link this up. And then I need to link it up to 2 of these. One bridge right here. Oh, those are jet blocks. I want to keep all the bridges obsidian. Store in LA, you've been to, I think they moved locations. They operate on Etsy. It was called Necromance. Uh-huh. Was it? I mean, that sounds like a lot of different stores that I've seen before. Maybe have it go higher doing hype trains. Can't copy Pirate Man now. I mean, it's not, I'm not gonna be rude to the pirate man by saying he's not the first person on the planet to use a voice changer. So how in the world is it copying the pirate? And also, I don't really want to be blind him in the chipmunks if I can avoid it. Although I will say, there's another thing I've also been kind of plotting when it comes to subscriptions and stuff that needs a bit of a rehash. I was talking to my artist about it this morning, so... No, I'm not going to wire it to active viewers. That would be a terrible idea. You don't want to incentivize people to tune out to make voice change. That would just be an awful idea. Whole cloth. I don't know. I'd have to look at it. Hot cup of tea. I'm not going to say or promise anything. Now I'm tempted, so I'll look into it, is what I'll say. Regulate. Yeah. It's not going to be connected to fort population, no. Sotark. Sorry, but things that make the stream obnoxious are only appropriate when paid for. But no. No, it would, I think the only way that I would do it is connected to Twitch Hype Trains. I bought some skunks from the elves. And now I've been slowly making skunk leather. So I wait for them to grow up and then I butcher them periodically. I'm just gonna state it one more time, Sotark. And then you can ignore me after that. The only way I would do it is in hype trains. Period. You're going to bed now? Alrighty, Tepe. I'm gonna keep chipping away at this adamantine. You have a good night, dude. Chat, what is a hype train? Log into Twitch and you'll find out one day. It's basically when enough people throw money at a streamer at the same time simultaneously. It makes an animation appear at the top of the stream, and then people unlock permanent emotes for taking part. It is a FOMO thing to make streamer money and a thing on Twitch. It's not a thing on YouTube. Brander Buddy, thank you very much for the 57th month, by the way. Come over here, YouTube. We have cookies. And purple. I think that's about it. Or, you know, don't. It's fine. Also known as a scam train, correct? Well, you see, YouTube has ads as well, but if you block them, I make no money. So that just makes you some sort of freeloader. That's just a self-report of not liking content creators to be paid. Sure, or you have YouTube Premium. But you see, Twitch has this thing called Turbo, which is the same thing. So you could pay for Twitch Turbo, or you could subscribe, or you could not complain. You started this. And also a Clockwork Dragon. Thanks for checking out a gift, by the way. Appreciate you, mate. Gates you a work distraction on on-demand most days of the week. I appreciate you there. I don't know. You do what you want with your OS and what you watch and what you do and how you fund and what you fund and what you choose to support and what you don't. That's all. Let me dig through all of this. The frame rate just did the big lag again. Oh, now it's back. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I got pulled over by a cop and my excuse was I saw a skunk? Probably did. Just because we keep talking about skunks. I was walking home from work and it was 5 o'clock in the morning. And I was in the middle of King George Boulevard in South Surrey, which is like a 6-lane road. It's kind of a hellish road to walk on during the day, but in the middle of the night it's dead and there's nobody out there, so it's fine. It was 4:30 in the morning and I was walking home from my shift. Well, I was walking to the bus stop from my shift to catch the night bus. And I was walking down the sidewalk with my headphones in, not really paying attention to planet Earth. And then suddenly there was a skunk directly in front of me. And I was like, well, that's not good. So I kind of like, without even thinking, just like walked across the road. Like I just jaywalked. And a few seconds later, I see sirens behind me. And then I'm like, what the shit? And I take my headphones off and the officer's like, do you know what you just did? I'm like, I walked across the street. And he goes, yeah, that's a ticket. He goes, can I see your ID? I'm like, sir, there's a skunk over there. And he goes, oh. Looks and goes, that is indeed a skunk. That's absolutely a threat to your personal health. Carry on. And he just drove off. They can't drown unless it's 7 of 7 deep. But they can't path through 4 of 7 deep, which is why none of these are getting done right now. You almost lost your streak? I stream almost every Thursday, what? I'm also going to be streaming tomorrow. Wolf is Wolf. That skunk did help me get away from that cop. This is true. You going into basically any pool is like being a dwarf in 4 of 7 water? Learning to swim? Because that's what a dwarf is in a pool that's 4 of 7 deep. They're just sitting there learning to swim. Yeah, see, all of this is because of the water. Cancels dangerous terrain. Your dwarf's still alive, by the way, Wolf. We've made some progress, though. Population's up, and this is looking schnazzy. If I do say so myself. Based on the height of dwarves, I think your toes will be able to touch. I don't think you're that short. You're not like 2.5 feet tall. There was one point in my life when I was almost a lifeguard certificate. I almost had my lifeguard certification. Certification, not certification. Certification, I don't think is a word. I almost had my lifeguard certification. Like I finished all of the prereqs to become a lifeguard. I just didn't finish the last thing to do it because my eyesight's too bad for them to hire me. I kind of did it for fun, to be honest. Denbis! The craft dwarf has been possessed. Happiest bearded dwarf for Shadow. The cook. At tier. Oops. Is that too much of a pun for you? Oh, non-bearded. Oh, I read that as bearded. Mobby. I'll find you a bearded. I was gonna give you Shadow, the baker, but non-bearded. Okay, well that's even easier. You get a wood burner. Shadow is often filled with joy and feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She is interested in what others think of her, and she is quite polite. She doesn't seek out excitement. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. She likes black bronze and black pyrope, as well as clear glass and gray langer bone. Backpacks, thrones, menacing spikes, and gray gibbons for their ability to swing through the trees. The sound of the tressed lilac of impossible prefers to consume white-browed gibbon. Reindeer, cheese, cassava, beer, and sorghum flour, and can't stand oysters. And has a very clear voice and hanging lobed ears. Cattle. Is your god. The Sienna Creed is your religion. And you're meditating on minerals. And you seem like a pretty happy dwarf, actually, all things considered. Welcome to the fort, Shadow. We've got strands being extracted. Probably wafers getting worked on too. You swam in the ocean in Hawaii, but that was horrifying. I find swimming in oceans to be kind of horrifying just on principle, personally. Mostly because, like, that water never very clean. I'll just put it that way. That water never very clean. I like cleaner water if I have the option. Water kind of gross is, I guess, my whole thought process of not particularly liking swimming in oceans. Where those yellow gems are, would that tile like immediately become obsidian? It would probably immediately become obsidian. The dwarf that dug through may immediately become obsidian. Yeah. I mean, I could channel this down and show you. I don't think there's Yeah, so I could dig through this, like this, and show you. I'm going to ignore that comment and move on, Absorber. I think there's a... Well, okay, I won't ignore it. I'll say this. I think in order to be soup, it has to be cooked. If you sit there and drink the ocean, it'll probably kill you eventually. Global warming is working on that? Sure. When the ocean is boiling, we're all dead already. Anyway, questions like this just make my brain hurt, so I'm gonna veto and just keep playing my video game. If you guys want to babble about it, you're free to. Because I have a bad enough headache already with the construction sounds right next to me. I don't need this on top of it. How goes the digging? Slow and steady wins the Dwarf. You're very concerned about what channel commands, Shaku? Uh-oh. Speaking of, did somebody just become lava? Didn't I have 124 dwarves? Anyway, this is what happens when you dig into lava. It just does that, and then spills out. I have reason to believe a dwarf just became obsidian. That's not worth it. This I can dig through, though. That I can dig through. I'm with that. You finally caught me online. You saw my videos and liked them, and greatly. Don't have Dwarf Fortress yet, but you're so ready to first time Dwarf Fortress content. Good to see you. Well, hello, Switch. Some forgotten beast named Astaebra has come, a great skinless toad. It has 3 long, straight horns and a bloated body. Beware its webs. Hi, Toad. Bye, Toad. The Murky. No kills. Just need one of these to be gone. Like this. Because this could be a portal to hell. It probably isn't, but could be. So I should know if it is. Because if it is, I need to deal with it. Okay, it isn't. So then what I can do is I can do this. Which will be way safer than doing this from the other side. Also, this can just get dug through, same with that. And then that gets flown up to there. Which which will just turn some of this into obsidian, which is fine. That can get dug out. This can get dug out. That doesn't matter, neither does that. This can get dug out, which will flow over to here. And that brings it down even more. Get rid of these. And this. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods, which is Asloslos Akersmegod Ongum, which is a blistered metal blowgun. For all of your blistered metal blowing needs. I think that gun blows, chat. And we just lost another dwarf. In other news, no, you are correct. It wasn't even 30 minutes ago. It was maybe a minute ago. Grumble. Okay, now I can just dig through the rest of this probably. I think they're all right there. If he has a blowgun, if he has a blowgun, it must be a clown. They do stuff with balloons. This is true. It's definitely clown propaganda. Let's dig through that. Fortify this. Yep, there we go. Found Logan. Well, at the very least, we can get him buried now. Poor dwarf, correct. The poorest dwarves. I think I can just dig through this now. We should be safe. It's a little bit of a risk, but that area at the very least should be safe, yes. This should also be safe because it's just Gabbro, which means so should that. And so should that. And this, since this all leads down into here, I should probably try and smooth some of this and get rid of some of this. So what I can do is basically channel down through this into like right here. But I don't want to lose the raw adamantine, so I'd have to use it like basically right here. The water will immediately fall down and turn this into a block of adamantine. I'll pause the game until the ads are done. Keep digging, pay no notice to the big clown shells that you keep finding. They have nothing to fear. Do not worry about all of the balloons that are scattered around the place. They have nothing to do with it, and are completely irrelevant to the mission. Alright, let's just unpause. Not too much further to go. I'm doing alright, Sluice, yourself? Is there a way down to get the lava sea at a lower point, like minus 67 here? Last few embarks you've done, the sea has been way lower. It highly depends on your proximity to sea level and how deep it is. It's a world-by-world thing. This world, well, usually, not this world specifically, but usually I change my rain settings slightly so that I end up with deeper embarks. Or sorry, less deep embarks. There's a few settings in the custom world gen stuff that I do. The default settings usually end up with stuff being a little bit deeper by default. That dwarf would have died if they weren't standing in a puddle of water. Pretty new to Dwarf Fortress, and you're afraid this question was asked 10 minutes before, but how do you make sure not to find the hidden fun stuff when mining through adamantine? I'm smoothing the wall, and then making fortifications, which, just like this dwarf right here, you'll see in a sec, lets me see what's behind it. You could also put glass on top of stuff, which lets you see one layer down. I don't really like doing that, although that much. See, like that. Basically, I'm telling my dwarves to punch holes in the walls before they dig through it. And also some more migrants have begun to arrive. And Dunbis has created Kaden Tharomak, Fefu Echo Sleeped, the Ore of Drinks, the Forgotten Beast Silk Braze, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Eral Cunninglash. Oh, wow. When did those get a sprite associated with them? This is a Feifu, the Ore of Drinks, Forgotten Beast, Silk Braze. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with copper and decorated with Feifu Echoes, Slaves, the Ore of Drinks, Forgotten Beast, Silk, and encircled with bands of rectangular bituminous coal cabochons and rectangular basalt cabochons. And round obsidian cabochons. This object is made from Feifu Echo Leaped, the Ore of Drinks is Forgotten Beast, Silk. This object menaces with spikes of Feifu Echo Leaped, the Ore of Drinks, Forgotten Beast, Silk, and naked bulldog leather, obsidian, and mica. That's a sentence. I'm gonna give that to the mayor. The mayor deserves some fancy pants, I think. There they are. I'm also really curious to see if the mayor can wear them. I'm also very curious to see if those pants look any different on the dwarf sprite. Unfortunately, they don't. Bruh, so deep. Okay, so I need to dig into this now. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow them to channel through these, and hopefully they don't kill anybody in the process. Hopefully. And then the idea would be You just died, didn't you, Dwarf? Can't fix stupid, stupid. Anyways, the idea will be, after that's over, to then channel out this layer. That's the idea, anyway. See, this dwarf knows how to do this with relative safety. The key is you just don't fall, right? See, like that. Just don't fall. Very easy. It's like saying just don't die. Also, speaking of things... I need to connect you and you to the trigger. This one's already linked. Sweet. And also, one other thing I need to do with this. Okay. Is I need an unused lever. So I got 2 more things I gotta link up to this. Gotta link a bridge up here. And a bridge over here. That other lever. That's the in case of emergency pull because lever. That's interesting that it let me dig through that. I didn't think it would. Well, this is already pretty deep. So I'm just gonna be ballsy, because why not? This is the dumbest move I've made in a while, but yet here we are. Or should I say bravest move I've made in a while? Moves, let's go. Yeah, sometimes it's the only one we got. Because ideally what this is going to do is it'll spread out this water a little bit so that we can just start mining through all this. I don't need that done. This is good enough. Aha! Well, found some obsidian. Or some lava, I guess. Not obsidian. More lava. More lava, more problems. And then that should also make more obsidian. Sweet. And hopefully this will just spread here. But we'll see. Remind you of the game Minesweeper? You know, when this mechanic was first added in version 50, we jokingly referred to it as Dwarf Fortress Minesweeper. Because that's kind of what this mechanic feels like sometimes. Digging through all this stuff like this. Although, I like Minesweeper. I find this mechanic to be a bit insufferable. It's just so slow. It's the real issue. I'm not gonna pump some water into here. It's as deep as it's gonna get, and I will just deal with the lava as I come to it periodically when needed. Okay, let's do that. Hopefully you don't step into it like a silly dwarf. There you go. You didn't. Just gotta do it 1 or 2 more times. Also, I have to do this side. But we're getting there. We'll also channel up to here one. Which could also have some exciting results. This could also have some exciting results. That should be it for this side of things. Here we go. And that should deal with the last of it. Looks like you weren't ever plans to poke this if I ever manage to dig this deep because they just keep making new forts instead of digging too deep. I mean, that's fair. Outside of like saying that you did it, there isn't much reason to dig too deep unless you specifically want to do stuff in hell. It used to be much easier to do it accidentally, and now the benefit is it's much harder to do it accidentally. The issue is it's much harder to do it in general as well. I did like when it was easy to do it accidentally, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It's not the best mechanic change they've ever made. It's not the worst. That could be a problem, but I'm just going to hope it's not. Okay, so you're digging through this one. Sweet. Which dealt with a lot of that. Okay, so we're digging through this first. This may... Nope, won't kill you. So we'll let some more water in, though. Dwarf, you scare me. But it's okay. We made it. All right, there goes all of that lava out of here. We can start digging into this and see what we find. That dwarf was playing with most of their life all simultaneously. I'm also going to go over to here and just go up to here and just do this. And then we'll just channel through right here and let this stuff flow out that way. Because I want to dig out all of this if I can. So if I make a little spot for the lava, where the lava can go over here. Whoopsies, don't do that, big dummy. Don't you do that. Okay. So if I make a little spot over here for the lava to go, then I can drain this and this safely over to this side without having to go through it, which is much safer for me. What change did I like the least? If I'm going to be diplomatic, the hotkeys, because it's the one that I get annoyed by the most, but personally, probably this. I miss, because it used to just be an adamantine spire. It used to just be a tube of adamantine. And the tube of adamantine was awesome because it was very easy to accidentally dig too deep when you weren't expecting it, which I think is like the whole point, right? Now that it's something that you actively need to pursue, it kind of like, in my opinion, defeats the point. Because, well, if you actively are pursuing it, you probably already know what the spoiler is, so it kind of ruins the surprise, I guess? I don't know. Probably this. But that's kind of the only thing, really. I mean, the underground creatures were annoying, the way they changed them, but you can just turn those off. I think a lot of the other changes they made for premium that I'm not the biggest fan of, you can just disable, so it doesn't really matter. And stuff that, like, you know, maybe isn't the greatest game design decision that I can just turn off is totally fine, in my opinion, because I can just turn it off. Right? So if you add something to your game and I don't like it, that's okay, as long as I can just disable it or make it go away. I mean, a lot of the stuff that, a lot of these changes, like, to make the game harder that Tarn made, were literally just because he was worried that people would find the game too easy and was just trying to think of ways to make the game harder. And I think that's... Poorly thought out game mechanics is one of the worst things you can do for a video game, period. And that was really what they were doing at the time. Which, like, I don't blame them. I mean, like, now that the game has sold millions of copies and is financially successful, like, it's a lot easier for them to just be like, nah, fuck it, we'll fix this now, or we'll make this change, or we'll edit this, or we'll change how this, oh, fuck me. Or we'll change how this thing works. And I think that that's totally fair. Let's see, is there water behind this? Because if there is, I should dump it. Well, there was water, but also lava. So where does this go? Not actually that much water. But maybe it'll do her. It's not actually going to flood the fort or anything, but... yeah, it's not much water. I mean, I don't know if they need that. I think that this system is okay. I think this system just needs to be looked at again. But I don't think we're going to get any changes made to this stuff until after the current patch series. And Tarn starts working his way into... a new, well, the next series of patches, because right now we're just kind of in a in-between phase of, like, working on stuff, and when Tarn gets to the world gen development stuff again, we'll see some more of this, but until then, like, we're pretty far away from any of those things seeing meaningful changes, for better or for worse, just because, like, there's nothing really that can be updated without pretty large map rewrites, because that's what the game needs. Like, one of the bigger and easier things to criticize about Dwarf Fortress is its world gen hasn't had any updates, really, outside of adding new things to it. Like, it hasn't had any large code-based rewrites since 2008. Like, it really... Tarn really needs to go back in and dig a lot of that code out and change how a lot of it works for future things that they want to add anyway. So it's fine for now. Like, I don't hate it that much. Like, I do it. Yeah, exactly. Like Moreb just said, like, I understand how this game's development works. I think the lesson to be learned here isn't that this should be removed or changed much. I think the lesson that needs to be learned here is that don't develop your video game because you fear that somebody will find it too easy. That is like one of the biggest takeaways for me from this portion of development. And I think Tarn gets that too. And I don't think that's a negative in the grand scheme, that the team has come to that realization. I think that's actually a positive thing. Let's go up to here. Let's go over to here. Oopsies. Connect you to that. Connect you to this. You're hooked up. You're hooked up. And you're hooked up. Okay. Next thing I want to do is I want to start throwing flooring in. Just going to throw gabbro in a bunch of places down here just to get rid of a lot of these boulders, so that I can have some flooring in here. And how'd that go, Dwarf Pork Romuel? Oh, I guess that makes sense why you were talking about the green man in the woods telling you to consume protein. Oh, no. At least nobody died. Well, I guess the wise thing to do here is to just cancel this. And then go up to here. Let's dig through that. You know, actually, the Galaxy Brain way to do this would just be to hope that there's a lot of water in here. Okay, hold on. Oh, there really isn't. I mean, there could be, but no. The way that we're gonna do this is I'm just gonna dig through this. Do this. Put a door here. Oh, nope, not a door there. Put a door here. And well, actually, why don't we just do this? And oops, nope, not that. Get rid of all this. And then we can just do that instead. And then I'll just put a fortification right here. Too Tall Dad Gaming, thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for the two tallest of dads? For keeping that subscription alive for a 19th month. Thanks, mate. Appreciate you. Also, YouTube chat pointed out when breaching hell mechanics were different, you used to be able to breach hell in under 5 minutes. So for a while, there was a speedrun for Dwarf Fortress called Hell Percent, which was literally only 5 minutes. So you just tunnel all the way down to the cavern layer, dig over to the Adamantine Spire, and channel through the Adamantine Spire, and that was a speedrun. There's like speedrun world records for Dwarf Fortress Fun Percent like that, or Hell Percent, I guess, which are under 10 minutes. It's like 8 minutes was like the average time, including like generating the world and everything. Slow progression here. What, the Hell Percent? I mean, that's a bug. I mean, that certainly wouldn't qualify in any kind of glitchless. That's for sure. Yes, that is the glitch category. Yeah, no, that would be the any percent, Hell Percent. Hell Percent, any percent would be that speedrun. I don't know. I don't really care though. Yeah, that bug's been fixed quite a while ago though, Sotark. And also, most of those speedruns, or sorry, no, I misread what Sotark said, but Sotark, most speedruns for Dwarf Fortress require you to generate a world as part of the run, so you couldn't unretire and then reclaim a fortress. That wouldn't fit with the speedrun. No, you wouldn't have a 100% completion category, because in order for it to be a 100% completion category, Moreb, you would also have to become the mountain home. So no, that wouldn't actually work towards that at all, because you have to become the mountain home in order to quote unquote do 100% speedrun. Which nobody in their right mind should care about when it comes to Dwarf Fort. Although there is several speedruns for Mountain Home, which are like 6-7 hours right now, since premium. But no, I think like the way you would have to, well, I guess there was that version where if you retire and unretire, you would become the capital. So I guess you could unretire, retire, become the capital, and then, but no, it's still not Mountain Home, so I don't know. Anyway, I don't really care about speedrunning in that way. Well, the good news about this is it's giving me an opportunity to gain access to a little bit more. Let's get rid of this. All this as well. it is giving me the opportunity to get rid of a little bit more of this lava. Do a little bit more of this. Okay, so you've dug all the way up to there already. And down to there. Sweet. So now I can go all the way up to here. Because that's where it's currently going. I don't want it to go that way. So I'm just going to throw a wall or a door actually right there. And then go down to here. And then probably just fortify this. Because this can be entered from the top. Meaning this should all be accessible currently. I'm not sure from where. Oh, actually from over here. That's where they can enter. I mean, I'm trying to win in Dwarf Fortress with this fort. The goal of this fort is to defeat Hell. That's kind of the closest, really, you can get to, quote-unquote, winning in Dwarf Fortress. Really. So that is my goal here. I don't know if I'll achieve it, but... hopefully y'all are out there cheering me on, you know? Actually don't know how they're getting up there. I'm just going to unlock this for right now, just in case they need it for one direction or another. That is what I'm trying to do, Heartland. Previously, the easiest way to do it was with either minecart shotguns or ballista, but ballista have always been too fiddly. I'm trying to do it with Mark's dwarves. Which I guess you could call my... or I guess I'm probably the first person to try and do it since this patch for with Mark's dwarves, but I don't actually know for sure. And this is going to be for metal bolts. I'm also going to go up to here and delete this, which is mostly just metal bolts. So ideally, they will just return that. Let's just get all of this lava out of here. Let's also get these blocks out of here. I'm also going to dig through this so that those gems in there can just get rid of. We can just get rid of them. This here and this here. Actually, you know what? I'm a little worried you're going to kill yourself if you do that, Dwarf, so I'm going to get rid of that for right now. Now, if I do this, this should be safer at this point. But yeah, that is the very simple version of what I'm trying to do, Heartland. We're dropping a cave plug, but that's boring. Oh, I'm probably going to prep one of those, too. But, well, not a plug, just a big old hammer of Armok. To go straight down wherever the center is going to end up being. Okay, then I can go back up here, go over to here, go up through here. Doors there, can lock. Follow this, follow this, follow this. Can lock, follow this. Pull lever. Let's seal this sucker up, shall we? And this will also, in theory, allow me to not flood hell, but pour a lot of water into hell very easily. Which is kind of funny. So chat room, tomorrow the plan is the viewer succession fort. If you haven't seen it yet, it started last Friday on my Discord server. There's a room called Viewer Succession Forts on my Discord server, where viewers can sign up, although we're more or less full for the time being, can sign up to take over the save, theoretically, at some point, but there's a very long list. It's like 30 people now. To take over the save for 1 year worth of in-game time. And during the week, or during this week since I last played the fort last Friday, 2 people have had it. Wolfist Wolf and Jurist Games have both taken and played their session. I'll be taking over it again when Friday rolls around, and I basically take it every Friday. It's kind of my portion of it, and then the rest of the time, people in chat have opportunities to play it, as many as they can during the week. What is the Discord chat? !Discord. Or use the join code BLIND, because, once again, I'm old and have been doing this for a very long time. And have a unique join code. But just !Discord in the Twitch chat will get you a link. But yeah, it's basically just a cooperative community let's play. While some people are streaming their sessions, I'm trying to keep it community focused. And if you're curious about what it looks like, if I go to my Discord, when it's an individual's turn, they basically write little blog posts about what happened. So we get little stories written, with the ideal end goal of ending up with something kind of like a boat murdered. And what I think I'm going to do, how does it work? I just click this link. You do need a count, though. When it's all finished, or when the particular fort ends, I think I'm just going to compile all of the posts and all the images and post them on my blog for archival purposes. Yeah, I'm curious to see all of what's happened. I mean, the population's gone up quite a bit. That's a fun fort, too, because it goes directly to hell, because I managed to find a very unique embark for the first one. So, yeah, that'll be interesting. Also, all the save files are available on the Discord, so that it'll be archived 1 at a time, 1 year at a time, as time goes on. And here cometh the water. Chad, how many more stream sessions do you think this fort's gonna take? Because this fort's almost 30 years. Like, I have a feeling this fort's gonna make it to, like, probably 32. It's like another 4 years, maybe? 2 to 3? 7 out of 7 more sessions. That's a lot of sessions, man. If we can get to this quickly, maybe. Otherwise, eh. Actually, nah. Let's not worry about it. I mean, I'm referring to this fort, not Underhouse. Underhouse is its own beast. I'm talking about this one specifically. But Underhouse is gonna... I mean, the world will go for quite some time, probably. Unless there's any big material changes to the world gen. The thing that I've been, like, pondering in regards to the viewer fort this week is, like... What do you guys think is the best way to deal with the player order when a new fort is started? So, like, if a fort is started because that one gets destroyed or is abandoned, or alternatively, if... like, we decide to move on to the next fort, do I keep the player order the same and just keep adding onto the list? Or do I re-scramble it and do a new, like, sign-up sheet? That's the thing that's been bugging me. Because if I re-scramble it and do a new sign-up sheet, there is a definite chance that people will never get to play. Because of, like, how many people signed up. So, I don't know. That's been my big, like... thing that I've been pondering this week. Scramble the names and add to the end. Finish the first list and then scramble another list. The thing is though, the list is still getting bigger, right? People are still applying. So like, I mean, I want to keep it in the same world. Ping all the current names to see if I'm interested? Nah, I'm not going to do that. That's a lot of pinging, man. And I'm dumb. I don't like updating my Discord more than I need to, so I don't really want to have custom roles or anything unless I need to. This is going to take a little bit still. What are most of these dwarves up to? Oh, wow. A lot of them are just reading, socializing, taking breaks. We're working on some gold stuff as well as crutches, which is also good. Water's coming in here primarily and then going down here. You know, I could actually just go up to here and just do this. Which will prioritize this a little bit more once this is all done instead of it just kind of going down here slowly. Because that's way too much organization and way too complicated. Bootlegger. So if we just keep one central fort, then it's easier for everybody. And I'm not willing to do more organization or play multiple iterations of a file, and it kind of is, the whole point is defeated if I'm not playing it. If you want to go download it and do your own succession fort on the same world, then be my guest, but it kind of defeats the point. But new people can be scrambled to the bottom. Here's an idea. I could take, if like that's what people want, I could just take all of the people who've sent in their names. It's going to take a fucking long ass time. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it until tomorrow, but I could take the new names and re-scramble them. I could take the new names and then re-scramble them every Friday. And add them to the list, in theory, I guess. But, like... yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll think about it. These dwarves are brave! There we go. Now the water flow speeds up. This dwarf just got knocked down and went thunk. but seems to be fine. Is happy being near a waterfall, which is good. And the water is spreading. There goes a wheelbarrow. Let's just get rid of this, 'cause that's fine. All right, Dwarf, go over here and do that. I think once the water reaches here, I'll turn the water off. Okay, so you go over there and channel that down, which will let this water out, or lava out, I guess. All right. Now if I go down into here, this is what needs to be blocked off right there. I mean, that's kind of how it's working right now, Glitch. Basically, like, once you've played, you are the last to go next. But I guess I'm between two systems right now. Either we just perpetually add people to the bottom, or, because like this was the first time, so everything's in beta, so a lot of stuff is like kind of unfinished, right? Or when I start a new fort, we have a week that you can sign up beforehand. Like that's probably the way to do it. And then just do a new sign up list for each fort, and then scramble it, and then don't add to the list. Basically, it's between, do I add to the list perpetually, or do I give people a week to sign up, scramble it, and then make a new list per fort? Is kind of where I'm at. It's one of the two, is the way I see it. Because in a way, it's also kind of just reconfirming that you have time. Those are the two viable options that I see anyway. It's just a matter of which one do we go with. No. Glitch. Because then you would just pay for the spot, and fuck that. I'm trying to keep this as fair as possible, even if it means that people don't get to play very often. I think if you do that, if you do it in any kind of bidding or points or seniority, having run events before in the past and had multiplayer and things before in the past, that's how you make your community fight with itself. Because all you need is one or two like immature people, and then it's fucked forever. And also, like, as I said earlier, the goal is to make it like an audience participation thing. Because then, like, if it's per fort, then you can always say, like, oh, you'll get a chance next time. Like, give people X amount of time to sign up. I don't even know what that is, Clockwork Dragon, but okay. As you can tell, I know a lot about WoW. Definitely, yes. All right, let's just start digging into here. That's getting a little deep, but, you know, we'll have to do what we can. Still shallow enough that they... Uh-oh. Yeah, we're going to start running into problems. For participation kills for bosses and raids system. Oh, is that what that... Okay, I know what that system is then. I just didn't know what it was called. We'll see you later, Cricket. Another thing that we could do is if the fort swaps over, the next 5 people on the list could automatically be added, or maybe like even just the next 3 people on the list, like the next week and a half, because like it kind of depends on how many sessions we end up getting. Just so like, you know, if you're next and then the fort ends, you don't get like cheated, basically. Would that sound fair? Like if you get into the list for Underhouse and you're 2 people down and then the fort explodes, then we start, I don't know, Big Ball Place or whatever we call it. And then that next fort then... I don't know why I said Big Ball Place. And then whatever the next fort ends up being called, then you get some seniority there or first dibs, I guess, on playtime slots because, you know, you were there already. I think that seems fair. Balls is a word in Dwarf Fortress Kitty Phone and YouTube chat, so I've seen some I've seen balls before. The balls, the balls of ball. Balls, the balls of balls before as a fort. Obviously, that would be a fort that's only defended by giant spiky balls. Naturally. There's no other possibility of what that fort could be. Although I do think that the funniest name for a fort in Dwarf Fortress is Rimworld. And the reason I think that that's so funny isn't because Rimworld exists. It's because you've been able to name a fortress Rimworld in Dwarf Fortress longer than Rimworld has existed. I did also name a fortress Starfield. That was funny for like a week until people realized Starfield wasn't that good. Although Boulder's Gate, I think, is maybe one of the better ones I've also done. Starfield was a real bummer. Yeah. I've done forts like that a couple times where I've like named a fort very similarly to a popular AAA game for SEO purposes, just to be a little shitter, but yeah. You know, no, I just suddenly thought of something, chat. Is the word assassins a word in Dwarf Fort? No, assault. I couldn't name a fortress Assassin's Creed. Damn it. Oh, well. I needed to know. That's it, really. Murderer's ideology. I mean, hey. Just gotta get this water out of here. Good morning, Emily. How are you? Although, it's mid-afternoon here. Now, the key here is to not get flushed into the lava and die. That's the key. Got a lot of digging to do. So I just need to keep at it. Good afternoon, G-Fin. And as we go, the water gets shallower and shallower and shallower. I want to say basically around here is when there's like a real threat of running into the deeply and greedily. Migrants have arrived. And I'm going to go tell them to go... Well, actually. We're getting there on the adamantine stuff. I was going to say I'm going to tell them to join the military, but maybe not just yet. It's probably going to be a task for next week. More fodder, eh? We're up to 140 dwarves, chat. Great success. There should be much rejoicing. Dwarf equal dwarf plus plus. This is true. It's like N++, but with dwarfs. If a mega beast appears, can you name it like Destroyer of Puppies? Destroyer... No, something funny like... Oh. Something funny like is... enjoys being in crowds and only forms fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. It does not often feel lustful or develop positive feelings. It prefers to present itself modestly. And it is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And it likes a little excitement now and then. It sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and has little interest in joking around, and has a greedy streak, and is grateful when others help it out, and it tries to return favors. Also, that space is bothering me. Something funny like is has 26 kills all here, and bunch of pond grabbers, jabberers, giant olms trolls, voracious cave crawler, whole families of troglodytes, giant rats, and bajillions of crundles. All right, well, this is still draining. I'm gonna dig through this. That's funny. I try. Thanks. All right, well, this can start getting dug into. Slowly and steadily. And also another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get all of these dwarves Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Get all of these dwarves to go stand right here. This treasure of the gods is a thin, shining metal pike. Great. Also found some deeper water over there. And Dwarven Minesweeper like, yep. Yep. These dwarves are very well showered, though, at the very least. I mean, I don't know how well showered the mines in Minesweeper are, but these dwarves are probably better bathed than that. Plus over here, this will get a little bit fuller-ish. Now we've dug back down to where we were, and we can go back to being safe-ish again. Check for heat. What devilry is Dwarf? Right there is what devilry is Dwarf. You know what's weird? I really like Minesweeper, but I haven't played a game yet that's like a Minesweeper dungeon crawler that I've enjoyed. Even the official Minesweeper dungeon crawler, because there is one in the official Microsoft Minesweeper, I don't like. It's weird. It's like it should be two of my favorite things packed into a package that I enjoy, but I've never actually played one that I like. Which is actually kind of bizarre for me. Like, I do actually feel like it's something I should probably enjoy, but don't. Like, have you ever seen a game or played a game that's like a combination of things that on paper you should love, but don't? It's kind of frustrating. Because that's mine. It's just the, man, by all accounts, I should love this. Why don't I love this? What is wrong with me? Like, it's one of the few things out there that actually makes me feel like there's something wrong. Like, I'm wrong. D&D 5th edition. Not really what I mean, but... Uh-oh, somebody died. Somebody done did dead. Because I was at 141 dwarves, but... Let's also get rid of all this. If I get rid of all this, then this will all go away. Sounds really good, and then the execution is straight ass. I mean, it doesn't have to be straight ass, but it's usually pretty ass. But yeah, I don't know. That's just one format of game that, in theory, I've stumbled on several times, and every time, in theory, I should love it, but I just don't. Ain't the English language fun? Let her in. Oh, we found somebody dead. Ah. I was wondering where you died. Up to 16 adamantine wafers, which means we're probably through the... Not sure what's up with the adamantine bolts not finishing. Let's just do adamantine greaves. Actually, yeah, let's do adamantine greaves first. Should probably unpause the game. And actually, I'm going to add... Oh, no, I'm going to go to this dwarf's uniform. And I'm going to click this button. Replace his clothing. And I'm going to go crossbow, no cloth. Confirm and save. And then I'm going to assign crossbow, no cloth to everybody. And they should all go take their clothes off and then go put on gear plus the final itty bitty bits. This is going to be one of the gaudiest squads. Just period. I could even make adamantine quivers. I don't know what the benefit of that is at all, but I could. Is anybody putting somebody into a tomb? I guess we're not short on corpses because otherwise that would have immediately picked up that body. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig directly to here. And then I'm just going to channel down through up here. Okay, the body's gone over there. Adamantium picks. Maybe. I think I kind of want to get more adamantine armor in first before I start worrying about things like picks. Like, I think greaves are a higher priority for my soldiers at the moment. And also crossbows. Just because, honestly, I think adamantium crossbows will be really fun. Just so that I can say that I did it. Okay, this doesn't really need to be done. Okay, here we go. The first chunk of the lava can now vacate the premises. Here comes the second chunk. We can also Deal with this as well. Okay, cool. It's not refilling anywhere. I was a little worried for a second there, but it's not. Once all this drains out, we can then rinse and repeat. Or maybe just even repeat. Because I think this whole area is going to be safe. Digging for clowns, that's the plan. We're more or less ready for them. It's just, yeah, we're more or less ready for them. It's just kind of a matter of getting it done at this point. Let's just go up to here and do this. This is a pretty easy area to just dig through up here. How's stream today? No complaints. It's just been slowly and methodically working our way downwards. Mostly. A slow, methodical push. And now I'm just trying to assist this, you know, lava with going away quicker. Want to dig through stuff and let it spread out without, like, setting jams on fire. Dwarf, you're making me nervous here. Still gonna be nervous, but we'll do it. AKA yikes. Here we go. Yep. Yikes indeed. Immediately diamonds is on fire, which means I can go one layer up and hopefully put the lava out, or the fire out. Ah, dang it. Well, there goes that dream. Time to grab the buckets. Shouldn't take too long, though. Most of it's done now. Excellent. But yeah, no complaints on stream today. Just, like I said, plucking away slowly, as I tend to. All the while, ideally not ending the fortress, unless intentional. So I think it's been pretty good. Ah! Well, this is a really bit of a predicament you found yourself in here. I'm just going to help this dwarf out. Just going to help you out a little bit. Don't worry about it, chat, you didn't see it. If this dwarf's able to put the fire out, then they'll live. Otherwise, they dead. Rest in peace, dwarf. I mostly just wanted to be able to bury the dwarf. Fire is terrifying. Do you have a way to manage the populations besides sieges and expelling dwarves to make them sad? I mean, if you want, you can set hard caps. I don't know what you mean by manage them. Do you mean like keeping them happy? I try to fulfill their needs to the best of my abilities. I guess I don't know what you mean by manage. But you've got lots of things to manage your population. This dwarf is completely stuck. Actually, that's not totally true. They walked in this way. But no, this dwarf is actually totally stuck. Cautious, dwarf. Cautious. This might be the sketchiest mining operation I've done in this fort. But the good news is, I think we've cheated Armok on this one and made it out pretty much scot-free. What if fort, but all the dead are cremated and then slabs for ghosts? I've done that before. You do kind of get some upset dwarves because they still feel that they have to endure the decay of a friend. But yeah, I know it's absolutely doable. I've done that in plenty of forts as like a religious theme or whatever. So, yeah, no, you can absolutely do stuff like that if you want. We checked for dwarfs. What devilry is this? There's dwarfs everywhere. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. It was clearly left here by the great Ninja Turtles, and it is a nunchuck. This is a great rusted metal flail. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. Must have got some water on it when we were flooding it. A rusty nunchuck. Terrifying, you know? Also, it looks like them diamonds are now no longer ablaze. And speaking of them rusty diamonds, we've made some pretty astounding progress. Some pretty astounding progress. Today especially. Ida, the middle crafter has been possessed. Craftsmanship? It says that if it wasn't made by dwarves. It only says craftsmanship if it says dwarves. I don't know about you guys, but I've played enough Dwarf Fortress that, like, my brain kind of twinges whenever I see the word craftsmanship. Like, it feels wrong because I've played so... Like, when I first started playing this game, it was always, like, hard to say craftsdwarfship, and I had to, like, train myself to do it. But, like, I've played so much of this game now that it's, like, hard not to say it. Okay. I really hope that dwarf makes an adamantine throne because I'll totally swap that out for my queen. Rough color. Okay, what have you grabbed, though? Adamantine wafers. Presume these dwarves are going to go get new Adipants. We've got Ida in here. Crafts giant panda bear man ship. Relegated to the bar, potentially. It would be fitting, though, if that dwarf makes an adamantine throne. That, or place that in hell and make it like the final office or something. All right, dwarf, what are you going for? I should be in around 3. Yes. Elephant leather? Ooh. I don't know if that's true, Mr. Noobed, or if that happens. Mr. Noobed asks if legendary miners leave more chunks. I think that's just a flat percentage rate, isn't it? I'm pretty sure it's just a percentage chance. And I want to say adamantine has a 100% drop rate on that stuff. Lost the dwarf because I clicked. Okay, where are you going for now? Oh, please be expensive gems. Only gems are 100%? Okay, I thought adamantine was higher than 75, but... Rough emeralds? Ooh. Money floors from all the water that I've dumped down in here. This was the magma sea, so I had to dump water into it to turn it all into obsidian. It's an upset dwarf. What are you going for this time? Just regular rules, gems 100%, ores 75, and everything else 25. Okay. It's funny that I don't know numbers like that. Come on, dwarf. Please be quick. Rough blue diamonds. So we've got emeralds, diamonds, adamantine, and elephant leather. I'm excited because this dwarf's a metal crafter. They could also make a crown, which would be pretty badass as well. It'd also be really neat if they got adamantine thread. Nope, instead they grab rough yellow diamonds. So chat room, I kind of have to go. I'm gonna see if I can let this artifact finish. Sweet. It's beginning. Because I've got something I gotta go pick up. I also have to go to the post office today. This is the adamantine wafers, elephant leather, rough emeralds, rough blue diamonds, and rough faint yellow diamonds. All getting worked on. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? They're a metal crafter, so it could be furniture, it could be an item. Oh, you know what'd be awesome? A musical instrument. Musical instrument would be pretty cool, actually. Not enough stuff for an instrument? There's an instrument in this world that literally just takes cloth and wood. So that, I mean, that's not entirely the case. It could be enough stuff. I've seen 2-piece and 1-piece instruments before. They're just probably not, I guess not, I presume not as common. You know what? Fuck it. Found more water. That's a shame. Come on, dwarves. Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Yes! What are we getting? It's this guy, a badger demon. The badger demon doesn't feel anything while in conflict. It is a large badger twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed. It's lidless. Into humanoid form. It's lidless. It has lidless eyes. It belches and croaks. Beware its hunger for warm blood. This one is quite tough. But we have managed to kill one already. Dwarfus is running in the wrongest directionist. But was able to get a hit in. Several hits, in fact. And was able to take its leg off. So its leg was cloven asunder. It is bleeding quite profusely as it stands over top of the creature's warm blood. Many layers up. The marked dwarves are preparing for immediate battle. Where's the badger demon? Oh, it's killing Moreb. Sorry, Moreb. Over here is Attis the Tanner. And the creature is getting turned into a pile of bolts. And Aiden, the metal crafter, has created Ibesh Thatol, an adamantine chain, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Dumud Finger Rings. Well, it's fighting its way through my militia. In melee range with several of my dwarves who are shooting bolts. Mostly iron. More Mark dwarves are coming through the doorway. They're continuing to fire. This dwarf is very brave and also very dumb. The creature gets thrown off the ledge, crashing down to the ground. Climbs back up. Chases the very dumb dwarf. Then gets flung off the edge again and then runs back up. It just said, this John Dwarf Fortress is bleeding. It sent Onul's bits flying everywhere. John Dwarf Fortress is no longer with us, unfortunately. And here we go again. We are really going to need to make the most of our entry tunnel. Thankfully, we've got more dwarves to add to the mix. The body count wasn't anywhere near as bad as it's been in the past. As for the artifact, I don't know the full value of it. This is an adamantine chain. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with adamantine and encircled with bands of rectangular faint yellow diamond cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of elephant leather, emerald, and on the item is an image of English Axe Attic, the dwarf, and dwarves in blue diamond. Axe Attic is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf English Axe Attic to the position of queen of the obstinate rampart in the year 56. It's a well-read dwarf. And that's it. Well done, dwarf. Chat room, it's time for me to call it. It's 1,050 years ago. Or 950 years ago, yeah. But that was a pretty bad fight. Moreb and John Dwarf Fortress were both killed. And chat, I gotta call it. The reason I gotta call it is because I've been streaming for 8 hours and I've gotta go pick up groceries. So I've gotta go. I've also, as I said, gotta go to the post office and pick up a package. So YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. If you guys do want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch.